Alrighty. Alrighty, welcome everyone, Tactical Lich here, and welcome back to another Total Warhammer Midweek Wednesday Faction Wars. And today we are playing as the Wood Elves in this Swiss Format 20 against Grimbat, who is playing as Warriors of Chaos in the first round. Let's see what we're gonna do today. Now, Wood Elves, normally I just like to play melee rush with them. I can't be bothered to play kite. One, I am not that patient. Two, my micro with kiting is not good enough, so yeah. The idea is to basically melee rush the opponent and hopefully break them down with our supreme martial prowess. Not the high elf one, just the Wood Elves being surprisingly decent in melee, yet a little bit fragile. Yeah, so that is it. That is basically us there. Okay, so Grimbat is playing as Warriors of Chaos. Chances are... Ooh. I feel like there's a good chance. Durflu is always a great pick, I feel like. But yeah, we're not gonna pick Durflu so fast. Also, Javelins is gonna be a problem. So I'm just not gonna bother with that. Instead, I am taking some Zotes. I do love them quite a bit. Unfortunately, they're just not that good in most use cases. But yeah, they still have their own use sometimes, so we'll take them. And let's take some Glade Gods. Just for countering enemy skirmishing cav, and then get our own. Yeah, let's get a Elven Steed with a Glade Lord on it. Arrows of Curtis, Prey of NF Rayma, Melkoffs, and Earthblood. Some very standard spell on a Brunt Rave. She's just a rather cheap foot character that can provide some pretty decent supports with the spell, with the direct damage and the healing. It's just, yeah, I just like to play them in such a way in general. All right, we don't need that many archers, honestly. So let's just bring some Eternal Gods. I feel like there's a good chance that our opponent is gonna bring the Knights of the Brazen Throne just to run down my archers and stuff. Yeah, so Prey of Rayma would be a nice way to just counteract enemy mobility. But then again, they might, I don't know, what can Warriors of Chaos bring? Hold on a second. Oh, shielded infantry. That might be a problem. I don't have anything. What if they want shielded infantry spam? Well, in that case, I guess we can bring these guys out and let them have a stroll as well. And we have a lot of anti-armor. Just don't know. Let's just bring Wardens of Sithro and hope for the best. We have anti-armor, we have some melee forces and some anti-skirmishing. The only problem, I guess, is if there's a like big chunky monster, then we might be in a bit of a trouble. But well, whatever. Let's go and see what happens here. But yeah, welcome everyone to this midweek Faction Wars. It's been, well, a week since we last had the 20, and yeah. Last time we did pretty bad with our vampire counts. This time, let's see what happens with the Wood Elves. I do had a slightly better time with Wood Elves than vampire counts. I just kind of suck at playing vampire counts for like for months or even years, honestly. I mean, I need to pick them back up, and for my own name's sake, for the sake of my gamer tag, I'm not a proper lich when I suck at playing undead. But today we're gonna play the exact opposite of undead, the essence of life, a forest of nature. And yeah, let's see what happens. Right, we wait. But yeah, hello, MacRightface. Zotes are a myth. Firebark Elders, Cav. Yeah, I forgot about Cav, but that is what the Zotes are supposed to deal with, right? They're kind of my mobility. And I'm boxing, so it doesn't really matter anyways, with Cav. I mean, I'm just hoping there's no hell cannons on the other side, otherwise that would be really freaking awkward, but we shall see. Hello, Lerdoro. Nice to see you here, and congrats on finally able to join the tourney this week. I see you managed to get the check-in done on time, so yeah. But yeah, today we have quite a few players, like, we have 7 matches every round, and that's quite a bit. So that means we have 28 replays, maximum, which means we're gonna be here quite a while to go through everything. But yeah, I think we have loaded in, so yeah, it's, we just need to wait for our opponent to load in. I honestly don't feel like kiting. So, yeah. This is a little bit, this feels a little bit like a, oh shit. Oh shit. The connection doesn't feel so good right now. I mean, my stream is absolutely fine, by the way. It's the game. Uh-oh. That is unfortunate. I think the game froze on my opponent's end, so, oh, okay. Alright, cool. Okay. Now that we're in, let's just get it done fast. Before things go even more wrong. Alright, let's just get it done. What I'm afraid of actually is a burning hand. That would be awkward. Because everything here on my end are light armored, and, yeah, I'm very afraid of a burning head. A good burning head will just, well, wreck my formation for sure. Especially I'm kind of boxing here. We do have the Zolts. Let's just set them out in like a zigzag formation, so that they're not like right next to each other and get burned immediately. Alright. Eternal God. Alright, ready and good luck, have fun to my opponent. We are gonna... We're done. We're done. We have dealt with all the army setup, and we are good to go. Just a couple late gods to deal with enemy skirmishers, and then let's go. Our opponent seems to be ready as well, and we shall begin. Oh shit, I still haven't checked the Norskin blog post. I need to keep myself up to date, actually. Anyways, let's just get the game going first, and looks like our opponent is indeed going with quite a few infantry, but that's a lot of, oh, Rotting Riders, Chaos Knights, that's a lot of heavy armor, and I don't know if my infantry is gonna be enough here. Oh god, oh no. Alright, we don't have any AP missiles, so we just have to figure something out with our AP options, or AP infantry. And that is indeed a burning head coming in. Ugh, that's a bit more awkward. Alright, let's see if we can press on with... Alright, they're trying to get to my archers, which is fine for me. Just pull back some of the archers. Zolts can move on over. Alright, let's just go that way. Skirmish them down. Alright, pull back with the Dryads while the Zolts and boats and stuff are just beating the hell out of our opponent. which is fine. We'll try to hold. Alright, you know what? Yeah, let's just get on there. Doesn't really matter. Alright, keep holding. Alright, we need your no costs. Yep, the Chaos Knights have overstayed their welcome, which is fine for me. Oh, that is gonna be a final transmutation. That is a final transmutation. Alright, let's just get an Earth Blood out here. And get our infantry over. We probably want some physical resistance on these guys just to keep them in there. Oh, Rotting Rider does magic damage. Damn it. That is a bit awkward. Yeah, okay. We can start rushing in with those guys. Alright. Let's just come back over here, get our archers in here. And also drain down these Chaos Knights. Swiftly! Honestly, that's fine for me. Alright. Wardens of Sithro should be able to, like, keep the fight going. Yeah, you guys need to heal. No! It's froze again! Alright, alright. We're back! Yeah, let's just, get some Eternal Gods on the spot. Can we start shooting at the Marauders on the side? I mean, yeah, we're kind of getting them pinned while we're kind of a bit busy right now. Yep, we got them, kind of. Alright, Eternal Gods go and hold the line. We need to drive them back. Alright, everyone start healing. Alright, we are getting stuff done with the... We are getting stuff done. Okay, it looks, things are looking pretty fine for us. Oh no, not the... Oh god. Oh god, the burning head. It hurts so much. Alright, anyways, wait, hold on. Not here. Alright, let's see. Oh, that physical resistance doesn't count. Oh wait, no! The Zoltz does remove magic attacks. That'll be fine. We'll be fine. Yeah, let's just get it done. Just get them chased down. Alright, let's just get some troops over. Oh, actually, you know what? Prey of Anagrama, you guys. That will be fine. Just keep them locked down. Yeah, we can bring back some of our troops over there. Yep, yeah. Wood Elf is a melee faction. Nothing can change my mind. Yeah. Like, I didn't even bring that many archers. Just two very dirt cheap archers, man. And that'll be fine. Yeah. We've got some archers coming back too. Alright, so all they need to do is bring those, and also get a heal on these guys. Just keep them nice and healthy. We're gonna get burned, but most of them are Zolts anyway, so it's not like they care. Right. You know what? The Dryads can pull back because they're not doing anything there. Just keep chipping them down, man. I don't really think you have much to do at this point. Oh, yeah. Drain that down. Give them... Rip Algae dying to Burning Head. It's worth it. I'm sure they'll be fine. I mean, they'll die, but like the army will be fine. It's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Although probably not worth it for the Algae though, so that's something I guess. I don't think throwing axes is what you want to... Oh wait, throwing axes for Durst, that makes sense actually. We have the point. We basically have everything in control at the backfield as well. There's nothing I can see out on the field. And yeah, the Zolts are carrying this hard. Just slapping all kinds of cavalry, left, right, and center, man. Yeah, that should be all Shiro. Zolts! Hello, Curio. And hello, Scabran. I assume you two are both playing in the 20 today? Yeah, you guys signed up. Alright, cool. Alright, I look forward to see your games, but right now, what else versus Warriors of Chaos. There we go. It's a pretty smooth one. So as far as things go, the Zolts carried it hard, slapping all kinds of cavalry. Like that, the one biggest weakness of Wood Elves outside of Dwarven Shield Wall is a bunch of heavy armored shielded cavalry, but Zolts are great dealing with those, slapping them left, right, and center, and more importantly, Zolts have the dampening, which removes magic attacks. So if it hits the Rotting Riders or the Chaos Knights of Tinge, they don't have magic attacks anymore. That means the physical resistance from their Flesh to Stone suddenly works again against these magical cavalry. So yeah, just give them a lot more tankiness against the enemy, and really helps. Like anything that charges in, like got charged by a Zolt or went head on into like a Zolt charge, yeah, they are not gonna enjoy this one. Even the Rotting Riders with all the healing and whatnot. And yeah, that is gonna be it here with the Zolt and the Wardens of Sithro hard carrying. I don't know if my opponent realized these are Wardens of Sithro. If I feel like if they did, they probably would just prioritize the Burning Head against the Wardens instead, because they're just so expensive and pretty damn good in melee as well, both against both large and small targets. Of course, they're not efficient in trading against anti-infantry, but hey, they're still like an elite regiment of renown with great melee stats. And yeah, that is a victory for us in round 1. We do have one more game happening right now in round 1, and then we are moving on to the next round. Hayseed Norska versus VM Solmir with Bretonia. All right, yeah. Alright, we also have our first batch of replays coming in. I don't think I'm gonna check out these replays yet, just because we are probably... Yeah, we're probably gonna see the round 1... actually, you know what? I might just see what's the faster replay and just cast it, actually. And try to speed run this, because we do have a lot of replays to go through, after all. Alright, cool. Alright, let's just go and check out this replay then. Oh wait, hold on. Oh right, never mind. We have a next round's opponent then. Tactical Edge versus Scarbrand Korn. Ooh, against Korn, that is gonna be rough as well. Shall I try to out Korn? Nah, I probably need some missiles this time. I tried out corning Korn that one time. It did not end well with Minos chopping down my Zotes. So we might need something else. We need something more interesting. We also can't box in the sense that Karanak is just gonna be a pesky little thing on a thorn on our side, denying us from casting. So we can't Karanak. We probably have to go Sisters of Twilight. Leodero. Oh, damn, you won against Segos. Wow, congratulations. That is not an easy win. Like, Segos is an experienced player too. So, holy shit. Alright. Either ways, we are gonna go and meet up with our opponent. Alright. Looks like our opponent already have a lobby ready. Right. Corn. How am I supposed to fight this? Definitely not bringing one Silver Knights there. Firebark Elders maybe? Give them a little bit of fire resistance in case we need to block the enemy. And then bring a couple of Zoats to start slapping the enemies. What if I go Sisters of Twilight? Any Sisters of Twilight get don't get a dragon, don't bother about that one. I need a caster that is fast enough to stay the hell away from Karanak. Lord of Life, we're just gonna get burned, so maybe not. But yeah, Karanak is gonna be a problem. I don't have any bright ideas on how to deal with him. Ariel maybe? No, she can't get away from Karanak, and she's gonna get tied down by Karanak as well. Yeah, our infantry-wise, we're screwed, and we can't out-corn corn in the infantry department. Everything is just gonna get chopped. And another problem is they might bring Hellforge Bellowers, so I can't box for sure. What if I go cavalry heavy? No, Scabrand's gonna be. Don't want to deal with Scabrand. That's a problem. I mean, I need to be prepared to deal with Scabrand. So that is one concern we have there. Okay. Imagine they're gonna go. Hulk Riders are shit, so I can bring them against the Fury spam that my opponent's probably gonna bring. So Fury, shoot some Marauders and Hounds, Hellforge Bellowers. That. And then just stick a Great Eagle on there. And fly away from Scabrand as much as possible. Like, all these damage spell is not gonna do anything against Corn, or at least gonna be much more dampened against Corn. Elven Steed. Nah, stick it on a Great Eagle. Elven Steed, Curse of Onrayr, and Wizen's Wild Form, so we can try to outcorn Corn again. But yeah, I'm still worried about Hellforge Bellowers, but I guess that's where Sisters of Twilight comes in handy. Let's see, it's Shimmer Sword. This is a bit of a problem. Couple archers and then a line of dryads. But that's kind of boxing, but well, whatever. Oh shit. There's also a problem of blood. Yeah, there's no point bringing melee infantry, so whatever. Let's just bring a few mobility and call it a day. Man, I wish the Blade Riders can be a bit cheaper. Alright, I need her to stay the hell away from Karanak. So, but I also need some money for stuff. I need one more 100 gold. Okay, I'll turn off the Eagle Quiver. There's no point bringing that then. And, man, why are Wood Elves so expensive? Okay, we have a couple of Zolts, which is the odd pick here, and just bring another one. And we have 100 gold off something. Don't see where can we spend it on, so whatever, man. We'll just dump it onto some Eternal Gods and give them a little bit extra stat, and let's see what happens here. Just do troll like I do. No, I feel like, oh yeah, maybe I'll troll in the next one. I mean, I'm already bringing Zolt, so I'm trolling as much. I'm already kind of trolling in this build. It is already like a half troll build. I'll be bringing Zolt every battle. I just like these guys. I don't know why, but like something about their like the troll I brought will be crushing. Is it gonna be a bunch of crushers? Blood and skull crushers? Alright, let's see what happens here. We have a line of Dryads and almost nothing to protect the back line other than a couple of Zolts. And yeah, we'll have to rely on some skirmishing. And hopefully our Zolts can beat the shit out of their cavalry with Curse of Onrai Air and a little bit more stat support. Okay, looks like my opponent is ready. Oh shit. Huh. Alright, looks like my opponent is ready, so ready as well. Good luck, have fun. Alright, I'm taking... Alright, let's go. That's a lot of shields. Okay, okay, we can start poking then. There is no Karanak, okay. That's a lot of... That's some crushing cavalry for sure. Oh, Starfire Shaft's already doing some minor damage. We'll take that. We'll fall back as well. I think I just keep falling back right now. Alright, let's just go that way. You can drop on the ground so that we can start charging in some Furies. You pull back and
moving as one. Pull back. Seizing the position. Nature calls us. With me,
Oh wow, what the fuck? Oh, all the
by
damage
Orion.
onto the
Forever loyal.
Dryads. Okay, that's pretty bad for... Alright, let's just charge that while we drop a line of heal onto a couple units here.
Warriors of Ariel.
Alright, let's see. Can we get some... The armor's not gonna help on these guys. Oh, we need to heal. We kind of forgot about the spells.
At speed. We accept.
Why are you stuck in the skies again?
Quickly. Sound the horns.
I forgot to bring Conjoined Destinies, and we don't have healing, so that was not great.
Deepwood.
Got outplayed, I guess. Got pretty badly outplayed on our end.
To battle. Very well. Go.
Alright, let's just fly away.
Guided by the weave,
You guys keep pinning down,
Ariel
pinning her
shows
down.
the
She
way.
flies away. Alright, we are in a pretty bad position, not gonna lie. Dryads are getting smashed.
Hurry.
We have some archers coming back, but yeah, there's no healing available for these guys over here.
Eternal guard. For Ariel. Attack.
Alright, we are in a pretty bad shape. We got torn up pretty bad due to a lot of our own micro mistakes.
Awaiting orders. Hey, fire. Orders.
Alright, yeah, we are, that was a pretty bad play from our end.
Kill them.
I think that is GG for us. We won this, we didn't even get to use our spells much. Mostly just kind of being torn apart by the enemy's micro. Hitting through our flanks and the gaps. Very nicely done by Scabran there. Alright, hold on. Can we at least chase down some of the marauders? No, we can't. Yeah, Dryads. They tried hard. But yeah, I did left them kind of unsupported on the flanks, and I also probably should have expected seeing Valkyria, and that basically denied us from using the Sisters of Twilight properly, just because they have just been constantly chased by the Furies and Valkyria herself, making it rather hard for her to sit back and start shooting again. And the spell we brought was not great. Not gonna lie. Alright, let's see how... Alright, our Lord is gone. We don't have any spells here against Khorne. Yeah, probably gonna use... Ladero. You don't believe it? You won again? Oh boy! Somebody's on a roll this one. Hold on. Give me a second. Let me just... Oh, that. Forgot... Oh wait, we're not playing on Conquest. Doesn't matter. I don't really care. As long as... I mean, Conquest is nice and all, but for tournament regulation, but when both sides are, like, doesn't really engage in any cheesing methods or trying to challenge the lines of rules of engagement, I don't think that's a big problem here. But anyways, looks like we have been defeated handily by Skybrand the Exiled with a very effective build using Valkyria the Bloody, pressuring our air, and the heavy cavalry, the double crushers, and the Chaos Knights crashing through our flanks, with us not having a lot of resources to counteract them. If I probably switched these Glade Riders into spears, maybe that would have been a little bit better. But yeah, maybe I just need a Prey of NF Rayma like last time, honestly. But yeah. Alright, GG to our opponent. They're very well played by Scarbrand there. Very nicely done with those heavy flanking, and also because of me absolutely failing to protect my backline, I paid a heavy price. Also, my spell choice was definitely not optimal there. Probably should have went back to maybe a Dryad. I was very afraid of like a Karanak situation, and that probably made me over-invested in my spell singer for sure, putting her on an ego and whatnot. But probably all I needed was just to put, maybe all I need was actually Drycha. Is Durfu any good in this matchup with the RR Treekin for fire resist? Maybe. I think the main concern for this, for spending all that money on Durfu is like maybe they will just get Thuring Axis to counter it, but Durfu might actually be a better pick, honestly. I'm just worried about Karanak, because Karanak doesn't even have to fight Durfu, he just needs to park himself near Durfu, and Durfu got denied from his Flock of Doom spams and the Sword of Dave. I feel like Karanak is just such a main concern on my mind. I'm a bit like paralyzed when I try to come up with something to deal with him. There's no semi or finals. There's no semi-finals or finals. It's just Swiss round. So, yeah. Everyone play 4 rounds, and then if there's a tie, either a 2-way tie, 3-way tie, it doesn't matter. If there's a tie in the final round, we might do something to decide who's like the winner of the tourney. But it doesn't really matter, it's just a casual tourney, so nothing really is on the line other than your reputation and honor. So there's that. Somir and Pinkbeard, who are still duking it out in the background here. Maybe we can jump in and try to cast a game in between instead of waiting for them. Alright, hold on a second. Let me just jump in. Alright, this hit over here, Scott the Imperishable versus Mata. Scott the Imperishable going with a line of 4 Skinks, 2 Soras, both with spears, 1 with shield, 1 without. I guess they ran out of money, or they just have some leftover gold, so they decided to upgrade regular 1 to a shielded 1. Anyways, 4 Skink Skirmishers, 2 Koan Spear Riders, 2 Projectile Riders, and 2 Solar Engine. Leading the army is a Blueberry Slan. I forgot. I think it's a Death Slan. If I remember correctly, I don't exactly Heaven Slan. Okay, never mind. It's a blueberry either way. A different shade of blueberry. Anyways, Comelf Cousin Dora and Windblast saw a lot of AoE damage. On the other side, 4 just a line of blue horrors and some pink horrors. Plus, Aspiring Champions, the Savage Claw, and Chosen of Tinge. Going with a very wide front line and a rather elite Halberd core afterwards. Just hiding those Halberds behind the rock, the tactical rock, and protecting them from the Solar Engine Laser Blast. Other than that, Spawns of Tinge, a couple of them with their armor sundering, making them do okay against the heavily armored dinos, and Screamers as well, anti-armor, anti-large. Karos Fate Weaver leading the army with blue, fire, and fire Glean Magic. Glean Magic to silence the enemy and also get some more power recharge while denying enemy from theirs. Also stripping away in magic. That would be quite brutal. Now, the blue horrors don't have to worry about any Comelf Cassandra right onto them, but the problem with Comelf Cassandra, it takes forever to wind up. So we can see the blue horrors managed to dodge most of the spell. Still taking a bit of damage, but compared to how much investment they spent on that one single spell, it's not a worthy trade for the Lizardman. Blue horrors firing in, trying to whittle down the enemy Skink Skirmisher. They are using their barrier to block off some of the damage from all those blow dots, but they themselves starting to accumulate some damage. And I think there's blue fire spam, just constantly spamming onto those Projectile Riders, knowing that they are a very threatening mobility with not much to counter them. Kairos will be putting a lot of his effort onto dealing with those flyers, just trying to strip away enemies' value. Now, here comes the Koan Spear Riders. They're very decent these days. 2 of them piling onto these poor spawns, but they're taking quite a bit of damage on the charge, as their charge impact doesn't really matter at this point. at the same time against a unit with more mass than them. So the charge impact doesn't really matter, but the charge bonus wears off, and on top of that, being pinned down by Gaze of Fate, they were not able to retreat and just keep getting slapped from behind by these spawns and screamers. Even Kairos jumps down and starts taking a chunk out of their health, and they will be terrified away. Blue Horrors are still holding a front line. Skinks are, well, skinks, so nobody really cares about them, and they certainly cannot breach through enemy front line that fast. Especially, these are Blue Horrors, so despite their range profile, they're still decent-ish frontline chav to just delay the enemy advance, just being a nice roadblock unit. Two Screamers have managed to dispatch these Koa and Spears with the help of the spawns and Kairos. The spawns didn't even take that much damage thanks to the barrier blocking most of that. And Kairos continues to spam those blue fire. And the Rip projectiles haven't seen much action so far, but already taking a lot of damage throughout. And Blink Horrors are still untouched. I mean, their shields are touched, but everything else is untouched. So, anyways, one of the routed Koan Spears return, and these retreated Koan Spears are also trying to come over. Blow dots are whittling down on the spawns, but the weird spawn is still full health, full barrier, and they're more than willing to just commit into the next fight and start slapping things down. On top of that, the Halberds are still very much healthy. The Chosens are untouched. And the Severed Claw took some damage from the laser beams, but they themselves, being super elite and low model count, they don't really care about these kind of laser explosions. And yeah, the Chosens, oh boy. Ripper Dactyl Riders dive down, trying to hit up the Screamers, but Chosens and Screamers are near... Oh, yeah, trying to hit up the Pink Horrors, but Chosens and Screamers are nearby, quickly dispatching these poor Ripper Dactyls, being hit by a ton of anti-lock in the face. And yeah, the Skinks are running away, while the spawns of Teens, this time getting charged by these Koa and Spear Riders, actually got a horrible, horrible death, as they do no longer have the support from Screamers and Kairos, and they will be slaughtered to the last spawn. And these Koa Riders will be able to return and provide some aid. Alright, things are looking quite finicky here for both sides. The Skinks have lost a lot of their frontline forces, but their core, their meat of the army here, the double solar engine, the Slan Mage Priest of Heavens, and one of the Koan Spear Riders are still very much healthy, while Teen have lost one of their spawns. The weird spawn, is getting rather, it's starting to take attrition damage. And yeah, let's see, Screamers as well, losing more and more health. At least the Ripper Dactyls are being dealt with, so they won't be around for too long. The problem is, can the Siege army hold on long enough? Ooh, is that a bolt of change? Right onto the Koan Spears, trying to whittle down the enemy mobility. Doing some minor damage, but nothing, nothing, it's still damage, I guess. Nothing too concerning, but also nothing, nothing ignorable either. So anyways, Sword Spears are holding on here, surrounding Kairos. Kairos is in big trouble. He's not a great melee combatant. Oh, is it another Comet of Cassandra right onto these Chosens? They need to move out of there. Alright, looks like they are trying to get out of the way, squeezing forward, and yet still the Comet curved onto them, putting a dent on both the Chosen of Teen HP bar and the Pink Horrors as well. And things are slowly edging towards the Lizardmen's favor, as the Lizardmen are slowly overpowering all the mobility elements of those Teen troops. Oh shit, looks like the next round is up. I need to move. Yeah, I'll hop on over. Archangel, I hope you are listening to the stream. I'll hop on over once I'm done with this cast. Yeah. But yeah, things are not looking great for Teen, as they're down to their elite halberds as like a holding power, and Kairos Fate Weaver often inflates the balance of power, so the balance of power of Teen is even worse than it seems. And on top of that, the laser beams are slowly whittling down the Chosen. The Chosen, they might be elite, but armor, yeah, explosions with high armor piercing damage would still be taking a good chunk out of them, and also blow dots as well, whittling them down, and without needing to sacrifice any Skinks. Or well, they can sacrifice some Skinks and pin down these Chosen. while the laser beams continues to shoot. But more importantly, now the Bastillodon solar engine has run out of ammo. They are now moving into melee just to terrify these Chosens and trying to break them early. And there they go. Chosen still having 20% HP or more left, and yet they're just running like the cowards, like the other mortal marauders. So yeah, that is unfortunate. Quite a problem with Chosen. They don't have immune to psychology ever since the game came out. 9 years of Total Warhammer, and yet they still don't have immune to psychology. God damn it. These Chosens never learn. Anyways, it's now down to the 7th claw. But they do have that potential to carry the game by their own, though. So we're gonna fast forward here, as the point is slowly actually getting occupied by Siege. Nope, never mind. There are more skinks rushing in. And on top of that, the 7th claw, they don't have immune to psychology either. Oh, they got routed, terror routed, and army losses hit, and that shall be victory for the Lizard Boys. And yeah, GG to both players. Very nicely done by Mata, by both Scott the Imperishable and Mata there. The laser beams really took, really put a, really made it seem paid, especially with their heavy infantry. The Chosens are the prime target for the Bastillodon, blasting them and incinerating them with all those sunlight laser beam. And also that one comet, yeah, hitting both the Pink Horrors and the Chosens. I feel like Chosens are just not great unless you're going up against something like Vampire Counts. Because they're so expensive and there's so many ways to kill off heavily armored elites that are expensive as hell. I mean, the only kind of exception is probably Inferno Iron just because they're so good in whatever they do. But yeah, the spawns unfortunately was not able to pay themselves off as well, just because they were forced to fight a bunch of Koan spears and also get shot by blow dots, and they take a lot of damage from those, not having much armor or melee defense at all. And yeah, the blow dots earn back their value and then some more. And one of these Sword Spears managed to drag down the spawns, I think, which is how they earn back so much value. And yeah, mostly it's just Sword Spears and... Oh. The Koan Spears did okay. Not this one, though. This one got hit hard at the beginning. But Solar Engine did a lot of damage, and same goes for that one spear. And this one unit of Koan Spears as well. But yeah. I probably wouldn't bring Chosen and just bring... I feel like a Soul Grinder would be a good pick in this one. I could have sworn I cast Glean Magic during the Comet. I don't think that matters. Once the spell is has wounded up, it can't be cancelled. I don't think. Like after the spell has been cast, which is like a 3 to 5 second countdown. And the spell green. The green countdown begins. That's the spell is no longer cancelable. So like the Glean Magic, when you see the comment actually appearing, I think that is already too late. Alright, I need to go and find my opponent. Cause like the spell is already in motion. Even if the slant died at that point, the spell will still be cast. That might be the case. Cause like if you you see the marker on the field, and then your opponent is starting to cast a spell. But then I think Gleam Magic also have the wind up time. So by the time Gleam Magic finishes winding up, the Comet of Cassandra would have finished winding up. So at that point, the Comet is already halfway there and cannot be cancelled, I don't think. I think Gleam Magic has to be cast before, unfortunately, before the spell casting is even clicked. To get, or well, just has been clicked to get the damage out. But yeah, oof, Ogre Kingdoms. Oh, yeah. Last turn my Chaos Warshrine also cast Flamestorm while routed Soul Figures. Yeah, even if your caster died, they would still cast the spell, so it doesn't matter. Like as long as they finish like doing the casting countdown, and the spell starts winding up and with the green countdown, then that's when the spell is like unstoppable at that point. Uncancelable, should I say. But yeah, anyways. Ooh, fighting Ogre Kingdoms. Our frontline is gonna get smashed. You know what? I'm just gonna bring Zoltz again. Just Cause why the fuck not? Alright, some dryads to deal with the enemy infantry. What else? I am a little bit afraid of, ooh, what about these? Can we do kiting with these guys? Maybe? And, let's just keep the Glade Lord. Glade Lord has been serving us well. And, Man, this is an expensive army. Alright, we have some stuff out. No, Cops doesn't really work here. Maybe Withering? Or maybe I should just bring a Spellcast Singer. Elven Steed, this is a weird army, for sure. Yeah, Lord of Life, fuck it. Turn off everything. Just bring Power Stone and, Regrowth. Yeah, I don't even know what I'm taking. Mommy dry check. No, I mean, dry check can probably do something interesting here, but yeah, I'm good. All right, cool. We're done. Gorgazon. It's a super empty map, so I feel like there's gonna be an abundance of lead belchers. We shall see. I think I could bring 3 Zotes, right? Alright, yeah, main problem is I feel like there's gonna be an abundance of lead belchers, which I would not enjoy.
Ready for orders.
And, I have no idea what this build is, but, it is a build.
Awaiting orders.
The idea, I guess, is to, do some kiting with these girls. Guys. And, yeah, they don't do armor-piercing missiles, but, maybe I can fly behind the lead belchers and start shooting them. And then when they turn around, I'll just fly back to behind them again. I don't know. But yeah, I just hope the armor, I just hope the missile department don't treat me too harsh this time. I feel like there's a good chance that I'm just gonna get slapped hard by enemy artillery.
Wild riders.
Can you give me some trees? Let's, you know what, let's just put the Wild Riders there. Just because it's kind of behind like a slope, so the lead belchers, if they're standing here, can't actually hit them directly. Alright, good luck, have fun to our opponent. Drop the tree, drop the stags, oh well, not stags. Drop the reindeer calf behind the trees, and the slope, and yeah. Cast her here, hiding away so she doesn't get hit immediately by missiles. And now we're waiting for our opponent to be ready. Alright. Zolt spam. Oh god, Hunter. Yeah, I guess that's something. I'm worried about trappers though.
Protectors of the forest.
Alright, let's just get our kiting mode on.
With haste. Hurry.
Not that we have much to do with the Hawk Riders. They're quite fast, I believe. So, anyways,
Quickly.
100 speed, 110. We're faster than them, so that's fine.
With haste. I will comply.
Shoot.
Alright, let's take out some of their... Alright,
Riders ready.
Alright, let's pull back a bit there. We can start kiting now.
Your command.
Pull them in. Alright, let's just turn on our physical resistance. Alright, let's just turn on our physical resistance as well. While we're at it. Oh, now you're revealing those Nobbler trappers at the back.
Eternal guard.
Oh man, I'm way too unsupported over the place. This is not great.
Orders.
Probably should have
The forest calls.
keep my troops a little bit more stacked.
Ready and waiting.
Oh, and keep some of the formations a bit
For
tighter.
the eternal realm. We grow restless. Cavalry. Ride them down.
Alright, now they're all alone. The Zolts are all alone. That is not great. Let's just pull out of there, actually.
Moving fast.
Wild
Alright,
riders.
pull them out. Try to send in some of those guys.
We stand ready.
And Hulk Riders aren't doing great, but they're surviving, I guess. They're living.
Bell singer.
Alright, let's just get out of there. Nope, she's stuck in fucking Nobblers. Out of all things to stuck on Nobblers, really? Come on, man. Alright, we're done. We're done on that side. Alright, shit.
Go. We accept. At once. As you say.
I stand ready.
Okay, so turns out the Prey of Anavrema is not that useful right now.
Wild riders.
Yeah, let's just go and slap them while we're at it.
Heed Athelloren. Slay them.
Alright, just shoot the Great Mole Slaughtermaster while we're at it.
Moving. Orders understood.
At once.
Oh wow, friendly fire, really? Come on, man.
They will die. Change arms. Pour out the
Run, Spell Singer, why are you there? Oh god. Okay, this is a bit of a rough one.
withdraw.
Alright, the Zolts aren't doing it. The Zolts aren't doing it. Alright.
Fury fair.
Okay.
Quickly. Smash them. For the
Maybe I just need Sisters of I actually need Sisters of Twilight this time. Ah well. And commit to a bit more of a kiting play. The only problem with kiting play is I'm afraid of I'm a bit worried about quad. I'm a bit worried about quad lead belchers,
flatten them.
which I have no answer for. And we also only used like one regrowth, and then our Spell Singer got smacked in melee for staying a little too close to everything. That is not great. No, army losses hits. Ah well, GG. If Teen gets burnt, Corn gets dogs, Nurgle gets toads, and what did Slanesh gets? Don't they have crab claws with their stuff? Like fiends are like crab claws and well, long tongues and all that. So can you make it so I fight Segos on last round? He's insulting me and I want to fight him in 1v1. I can't control the brackets, unfortunately. That is a problem with challenge and switch round. I can't actually modify the brackets once Like, I can modify the first round bracket, but I can't modify the brackets in the following rounds because it's how the game, like, the game I think uses the scores and the match results to decide the next round's brackets. So I couldn't help with that. And yeah, I can't actually make you fight him. As much as I want to help, yeah. Alright, GG to our opponent there. Our front line got smacked by a bunch of Nobblers. I probably should have went for a tighter formation. Or just kited. And try to kite down those Ogre Bulls with some missiles. Huh. The Hulk Riders did some damage, but unfortunately just not quite able to stay in the skies long enough because the the ground forces crumbled. Yeah. Nobbler Trappers are still a very nice unit to drop that slow Nobbler's Trap, and then Pigback Riders are so cost efficient in what they do. Also, whenever I charge them with Zolt and Wild Hunters, the Wild Riders, they just manage to punch back with all that anti-largemen. I mean, the Ogre Bulls all died, but that is a worthy sacrifice to keep those Stone Horns and Nobler Pigback Riders alive, and let them drag down whatever I throw at the Ogre Kingdoms. The Ogre Kingdoms just have a lot of meat numbers and HP to absorb my damage, especially with Troll Gods. That's probably why I need I'll need Sisters of Twilight to counter shoot and bring down, just snipe out the Slaughter Master. That's probably the best bet, maybe. Haven't played this matchup on the Wood Elf side much, so I can't really say what's the best approach. But perhaps, yeah, Sisters of Twilight, a Waste Stalker, and then another something. Just trying hard to snipe out the Slaughter Master early game. Or at least force the Troll Guts onto the Slaughter Master himself instead of allowing him using those spells on the Stonehorns. That might be helpful. I hear rank 9 basic high elf chariots get around 50 melee defense in battle. Can you check that? Yeah, I really like this Wood Elf army. Yeah, I like it too with all the zones, but unfortunately it's just not too effective against in this kind of meta right now. Alright, cool. Let me just check the rank 9 chariots of high elves. I don't think it matters, because high elf basic chariots aren't that great. Anyways. Alright, so 38 melee defense plus martial prowess plus 12 melee defense. That's 50 melee defense indeed. So they can actually be quite defensive. But it doesn't really matter for Ephemeral chariots because they're such a long model with a chariot. It's very easy to just get hits in from behind or from the side to like bypass some of that melee defense. 1,300 gold, yeah. I mean, it's not a cheap chariot to begin with at 950, so yeah. Can't see the trees for the Wood Elves. Yeah. Are there any of the buff spells good? No. Wait, hold on. Zolt's buff spells are great, in my opinion. Physical resistance, healing. It's a very nice, versatile tool. Unfortunately, the Zolt themselves, because of the spell casting, they're quite expensive. And it's not necessarily worth it unless you're trying to melee rush. Yeah. No trees is that even legal. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I often just... I don't bring archers and trees, and I still play Wood Elves. I mean, Dryads count, right? As far as trees go. Alright, looks like my opponent is ready. Oh god, Segos! This is gonna be a rough one. Are they playing Tomb Kings or something? But yeah, I feel like Wood Elves, in my opinion, is like a... Oh, is it? What is the... Wait, hold on. Oh, there we go. Maybe I just typed something wrong. But yeah. I feel like Wood Elves have very specific strengths and weaknesses. Like, they can do great against certain factions, but they do absolutely horrible even borderline hopeless against certain factions like dwarves and chaos dwarves. So yeah. Alright, hold on, just doing some tournament admin. Okay. We're fighting Skavens. Oh man, I want to full Vanguard rush this so bad. You know what? This might be a good time to bring up the trees. Hold on. Let's bring it out then. Yeah. Sword of Day, Flock of Doom. Yeah, that's all we need. And we don't even need to bother about Lamentation of Despair. Hold on, this is the time where the trees shine. Let's see. I don't want to bring a full tree army. I might bring something. I might bring Zotes again, just cause. Yeah, I'll just bring some Zotes. And we're out of money. Yeah, shit is so expensive. How many trees can I bring? That's the real question. I think I can bring 4, right? Alright, for rolls. I think I can bring 4 treekins, right? Yeah! Alright, 4 treekins it is, and then 1,000 gold off. I don't know what to spend my money on, so more dryads, I guess. Yeah, right, I got so much money, man. Suddenly I don't know what to spend on anymore. I guess I'll just take out... I'll just bring a forest dragon, maybe? Like, it's not a full tree army. A full tree army would look something like... I can't do a full tree army, actually. Because it's just too much stuff. Right. I can't do a full tree army. Let's say we bring a Wood Elf army with no elves. Let's do that, alright? First dragon, and then we've got some extra money that we don't know where to spend it on, so, yeah, whatever. Put it on Lamentation of Despair. Lamentation of Despair, Sword of Dave, and I don't know, man. Ember Spear, Full Seeker. Actually, that's not too bad. Yeah, we're done. Oh, I got them. Can we upgrade at least 1 tree? All right, we're good. Oh, upgrade on Treekin to Firebark Elders. There's no fire. There's no fire with the Skavens other than the Clan Vulcan Tail Slashers. Durfu loves Red Stew. Is pairing Treekin protection ability with Zolts give protection to the Zolts? I don't think it matters. Because Zolts, they do dampen anyway, so they nullify enemy magic damage. So it doesn't really matter, I don't think. Are there any anti-large Wood Elf heroes? Hero units too expensive with disruption? Yeah, you need to pay. If you want disruption, I guess you need to pay for an eagle. And Glade Captain alone doesn't really do much. Like the only reason why I would bring yeah, why I would bring... Oh wait, shit, do we have... Fuck, shit, I don't I think the Dryas is like 120 per unit, right? 120 models per unit, right? I don't know if we meet the minimum unit count. I'm too absorbed by the lack of elves in the build. Shit. Yep, we're good. Alright, we're marching. The trees march to war. Everything other than the Zolt and Dragon are like Vanguard deployment, so... Now, the only problem is we might need to deal with Storm Vermin, but that's fine because we have Breath Attacks and we have Durfu, so... Yeah. Wait, can we deploy stuff behind? Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Alright, we're doing this. Full Vanguard it is. I mean, well, 70% Vanguard. Oh boy! What's the minimum number? 400. Yeah. So I think we're good. We have 482. It's like 400 dryads and then everything else are just trees. I mean, 449 trees and everything else are like some mythical creature, magical, scaly skinned creature. And trees march to war, it is. Surprised. Now technically, if my opponent reverse... now if my full army is like Vanguard deploy, and then my opponent turns his entire army around to face this, that means technically the dragons and Zolt are Vanguard deployed on the other side of the battlefield. So yeah, I guess it's kind of like a reverse Vanguard deployment. Anyways, this is gonna be a fun one. We trolling. A proper Durfu, I mean, I would love to make the entire army trees if possible. Just bring freaking, just bring branch wraiths instead of dragons and Zotes to like make up for the money. But I guess I can't do that. So, yeah, it is what it is. Durfu dragon can support the Zotes with poison. That is right indeed. I almost forgot about the dragon damage on forest dragons. The poison damage on forest dragons. Ready when you are. Face the wrath of the forest. Go have fun. Alright, the trees are marching to war. $482 troops. All right, we're treeing. We're tree hugging. All right, looks like our opponent is also ready. We're tree hugging this round. Yeah, let's go. All right, we're marching with the trees. Trees. Start rolling. Oh, my opponent just went to the corner of the battlefield. Is there anything I can use my Lamentation of Despair on? Yeah, I guess I can just blast them, I guess. Not much I can do about that. Alright, the Dryads can absorb the firepower, I don't care. The dragon can retreat a bit. Alright, physical resistance. Dragon come over, everyone starts moving over there. Wait, hold on. Stand back. Step breath attack everything in the vicinity. Alright, fall back. Everyone starts marching, I guess. Our opponent doing a really good job with shifting the army there, catching my my Zolt as well in the melee. Very nicely done. I've got no choice but to eat the losses on the Zolt, I think. Or maybe just commit troops to it, I guess. Okay, the Storm Demon doesn't do anything so far. Alright. Durfu, get that flock of them going, please. Thank you! Do we have a second? Okay, we need some healing, or like right now. Oh shit, I didn't realize they have that going on there. You know what? Do that. Did I get an Earthblood out? Yep, that we got it. Alright, send them over there. Durflu just keep pushing. I don't give a shit anymore. Sort of Dave needs to be somewhere. Yeah, let's just drop it here. Right, the dragons got hit. Now Durflu marches to war with the trees, and yeah, I think we're pretty. Oh no, we're actually not in that much of a good shape right now. Everything getting slapped pretty hard, and yeah. Right, everything keeps getting hit right now, but we're still holding on. Skavens have captured the point, so we're on a bit of a timer. So we need to get this sorted. And we're out of healing spells as well, so that makes things a bit more awkward. We're chasing things off the map, which makes it slightly better for us. Alright, trees. Alright, get everyone over here so we can start healing a bit. The trees will hold, and one last Earthblood, make it count. Actually, you know what, everyone goes there. The trees are eating all the blow dot, the scrap metal or whatever. Alright. Now we spread out our army so that we don't get screwed over by any other cleansing ruin. Now Durflu is ready to keep running again. We're ready to roll. Alright. Dragon, just keep pressuring off these red ogres, I guess. And no more blow dots. No more scrap metal launches on our way, which is nice. Alright, let's just... Alright, cleansing ruin, we don't care. It's not a big problem for us. Just make sure these nasty bubbles aren't coming back. That's the main thing. Treekin, they've got nothing to do and deal with Treekin right now, so I'm good. Now the problem is we need to capture the point, so we'll send troops over there to capture the point, I guess. Right, so hit that up, I guess. Keep pressuring those guys. Sort of safe would be nice over to that blob. Nobody expects the reverse, the weird Vanguard stuff. Alright, anyways. I mean, I do love my Vanguard though, so yeah. Alright, Dragon's done. Dragon's safe. We need to get those Dryas over there and the Tree Kid to capture the point and keep the kit on the run. As soon as we can get Durflu over here and start fuck up dooming everything in the vicinity, they're toast. Just drain everything and leave nothing behind. Yeah, everything's getting drained down by Durflu. Fuck. Shit, never mind. No, just get a shot of stuff going on. I don't really care at this point. Just get the troops over to the capture point, get it, and then we're good to go. We should be good. And GG. Right, we're not... We take no elves Yeah. We take no elves. It's just trees and forest spirits and monsters. And yeah. I mean, that was a very effective one. It's just, yeah, I feel like I went a bit too meta with this build, not gonna lie. Monsters infantry against Skaven's Vanguard deployment and Driftlu. Yeah, it's, I might have went a bit too meta, not gonna lie. Yeah, either way, I feel like once in a while you need to bring some trees to the battlefield. But yeah, we gotta win. I was just getting away. I pulled the stream back up and your Wood Elf build gave me whiplash. Nobody expects a fucking tree army. I mean, if you're playing, I guess if you're playing Skavens, you kind of have to. But yeah, I don't feel like Skavens have a lot of good solutions against the tree vanguard, other than Storm Vermins. But even then, Durfu and Sword of Dave and Flock of Doom would make short work of the Halberds. They eat so much enemy ammo. Yeah, I guess one thing that concerns me are the gutter runners and night runners that can keep throwing stuff at me while they run. But the fact that I have, well, so much armor and physical resistance means I don't really care. The last march of the ants. Nah, this is the first march. There should be more marches of the treekins in the future. After he made a blob with all his large units and had no range support you wanted. I mean, one single Natty Bubbles is not enough to deal with all these trees, especially the trees can be healed. Like, unlike normally you bring Durfu and can't and deny yourself from any healing, bringing Zolt actually fixes that problem because you have 4 uses of Earthblood. And that's like, what, 6 magic per Earthblood, that's like 24 winds of magic worth of spells. And that is quite nasty. On top of that, there's the Flesh Suit Stone as well, which adds like 60% physical resistance, combined with either 20% of physical resistance on Durfu, or 25% of Scaly Skin missile resistance. That you get roughly 80 to 85% of mitigation against non-magical damage, which is really neat. Because Natty Bubbles, if I remember, Natty Bubbles don't do magical damage. You technically win the match. What did you win though? What were you playing against? Anyways, we'll see that when we check out your replay, Laduro. And yeah, but yeah, the Treekin is the Treekin works. The Treekin were made for holding points, but also they are the immovable force, unstoppable object, immovable force. Yeah, they just keep marching forward. You can't stop them. I mean, you can, but not with yeah. My opponent is definitely more geared towards fighting a regular Wood Elf army with a bunch of filthy like puny elves as the infantry and all that. But we don't we despise the weakness of mortality and flash. Wait, Warhammer elves aren't mortal. Are they mortal? They're mortal, right? They just live very long lives, right? I don't fucking remember. But yeah. Oh, your opponent light went off mid-game. Ah, unfortunate. Oh well. I mean, if you can... I would say probably better to just sign yourself as like a tie, but if you and your opponent agrees on an outcome, then it's like fine. It's whatever works for you guys. Yeah. But yeah, the dragon really didn't do much here. It's Durfu like draining down half the army. But yeah, I think my army just heavily countered them. There's not much to say about skills here. Yeah. Like, this is the beauty of sometimes bringing meme armies. Your opponent expects something more regular, more balanced, and then you just drop them like a fucking tree army, and they're not prepared for that. Yeah, anyways, that's the beauty of Total War Warhammer. That's gonna be it for now. For the live section, at least. I don't know who win. Do we have a winner here? Do we have a clear winner here? Okay, we still have one more match going on between Somir and Skarbrand. So that might decide who. Oh yeah, that's gonna decide who is the winner then. Okay, we have a winner, and I'm not gonna mention who is the winner then. We don't have any finals. we don't have a new finals. We just have whatever we got in these few rounds so far. Alright, cool. We have a lot of replays, so we're gonna be here for a while. So sit tight, and I hope you have snacks and drinks, because this is gonna be a lot of battles. But yeah, GG to everyone who has played in the 20. I hope you all had fun playing. Now we're moving on to the live replay casting section, where we check out some exciting replays. I just need to drop them from the download file to the folder to the replay folder. There we go. Yep, we have the final match is done, so we do have a winner now. Actually, give me a second. I need to announce the winner and just congratulate everyone. Hold on. Let me just confirm. Yep, we do have a winner now. Congrats to player for the win. Alright. Alright, we have the files in the folder. Just got hydrated, and we still have a water bottle left, so yeah, we are good to go. And we have, like, what, 20? We have 24, yeah, 24 replays? 23. So we have quite a few. Oh shit, we have so much to go for. Alright, let's go. First of all, we have Nurgle versus Ogre Kingdoms. Kukingo versus Archangel. Kukingo going with Nurgle, a front line of Forsaken, 3 Plague Toads, 2 Throwing Axes Marauder Horses, Rotting Riders Regiment of Renowned Rot Knights, which is basically like a Nurgle version of Bretonnian Grail Knights. Lower model count than your typical cavalry unit, having that one-time use 15% damage resistance, and on top of that they get regeneration as well. Leading the army is Nurgle Lord, a rather tanky one as well, sword and board, giving him a fairly good melee stats, and he does have passive regeneration, unfortunately, unlike in the Nurgle Saucer Lord. And but he does have this leadership and melee damage reflection that gives him a little bit of support to surrounding troops as well when they're taking punishment from enemies. Oh wow, this is a melee damage reflection stacking build. Curse of Leper combined with combined with this rod or die, that's like 34 34 melee damage reflection together. And on top of with the healing, the Rotting Riders can take a lot of punishment while you're reflecting a lot of damage. The problem is it going to be efficient enough to kill off things? We shall see. Now, on the front line there, yeah, we've seen the Forsaken and the Plague Toads. Not much to talk about on that side. But then, Ogre Kingdom's Pigback Riders in the front line, just holding a whole line of spears with Nobblers as well. A lot of numbers, a lot of bodies, a lot of chaff. Ogre Bulls in the second line, and Lead Belchers. 3 of them, in fact, providing a ton of firepower. And these Forsaken are not gonna like it. Lead Belchers are gonna dismantle any kind of infantry, armored or not. You can see one volley there, half a unit is gone. It's a very devastating artillery unit there, as expected for handheld, when you have a whole unit of 16 cannons. Yeah, basically these Forsakens are toasted. Like, yeah, I mean, they're still holding on. They're still beating up. They're still going to beat up Nobblers, but then the Ogre Bulls are piling in and start bringing the hurt to these Nurgle troops. Anyways, the damage reflection blob is coming in, but immediately they're getting hit by a Slaughtermaster of Death here with that Fate of Buna. So they probably need something to start healing up. But yeah, anyways, in the flanks there we have some Saber Tusk Pecks, and with Bragg the Gutsman. Hold on. Bragg the Gutsman with what abilities I don't usually see. He has Execution, just like Yuan Bo. Great Gut Gorger. Oh, 20% hit point thresholds allows an Execution. That might come in handy against the characters. Just denying those Nurgle characters from using healing. And a Slaughtermaster of Death with Fate of Buna and Spirit Leash. Anyways, this the Rotting Riders are in and are smashing apart these Ogre Bulls, while the front line, their Forsaken, are getting smashed by Lead Belchers. Though one of them managed to get through the Nobblers, as there's no Ogre Bulls in front of them. These guys are still duking it out against Ogre Bulls, and they should be able to hold on fine due to the fact that the Forsaken are armored, Ogre Bulls are not, and they don't have armor piercing either. Anyways, over here on the flank, over here, the Plague Toads managed to run through those piggyback knights. I assume with some Forsaken help as well. And the Throwing Axes Horsemen got caught a bit by the enemy Saber Tusk, but they managed to run out of there alive. And now, is there a Curse of Leper? This might be a bit late. There's not much hitting them right now, so there's nothing to reflect. I guess it is still a spell. Yeah, oh well. But yeah, Blood Vultures are surrounding the 2 Nurgle characters. They don't really care. They're quite tanky themselves. And the Nurgle mobility has crushed the front line of the Ogres and are now getting to the back line. Looks like the Pigback Riders and Ogre Bulls are not quite enough to hold on against the Forsaken there. And there's nothing to hold the flanks. Now, the Rotting Riders and Plague Toads are smashing through. The one weakness of the Nobbler front line is that they are quite weak to monstrous infantry charging them. So if you got like a very nice combination here over here with the Forsaken smashing into the Nobblers, and then the Plague Toads pile on as well with the anti-infantry damage, and then the Nobbler simply can't hold up against that much weight in the front line, and kind of crumbled as well. But yeah, I feel like the Lead Belchers could have stood a bit further back to do one more volley before the Forsaken managed to charge in. Focus down some Forsaken first, and then break them. And then break off the infantry so we can free up the infantry and help out other parts of the battle. Might be a better use of those resources. What I would do against Nurgle? Let me think. Probably 4 Lead Belchers and a shit ton of Nobblers. That might be my play. Yeah. And then, I mean, there's no point bringing Lore of Great Mole anyways at that point. But yeah, that at this point is just basically clean up for the Nurgle army. They have the mobility advantage. Plague Toads are still relatively healthy, throwing axes as well. They're roaming the battlefield with the Lead Belchers rather exposed. Nothing really in position to protect them. The sorcerers, the spellcasters are duking it out in the forest. Although one of the Let Belchers managed to peel off one Murder Horseman. The other got shot now. Now that they see the Blood Vultures nearby, they decided to pull back a bit. But yeah, trying to hide behind the unbreakable terrain. But unfortunately, while they're dilly-dallying, yeah, the Let Belchers are just lighting them up from afar. But overall, it seems like Nurgle has taken an advantage in this battle here. The Fate of Buna was not able to delete the Rotting Riders, and the Rotting Riders are able to crush the flank defenses of those Ogre Kingdom's army. Very nicely done by the Nurgle player there, Kokinko, crushing through the enemy defenses with a combination of Forsaken and Plague Toads. And the Pickback Riders, while they're a decent anti-lot troop, they are not great against the enemy. They're not as OP as they used to be, I feel like. But yeah, they against Forsaken, they are biting a bit more than they get shield, and the Ogre Bulls as well, not having a lot of armor piercing, just doesn't do that much damage. I feel like you can cut the Ogre Bulls and just bring a bunch of Nobbler Trappers maybe. That might be an interesting way to add more layers to your front line, more bodies as well. And while the enemy, while the Plague Toads are occupied by the Nobblers in the front line, then maybe the Trappers can keep shooting at the enemy Plague Toads. But yeah, Bragg the Gutsman did some damage in melee. I don't think he managed to execute anything here. Everything just keeps healing, so everything stays above that 20% HP threshold, and nothing can be executed. Forsaken did well, as like a meat shield front line, punching through the enemy Nobblers, and once the Nobblers are down, the Plague Toads are free to get into the back line, push back the enemy Let Belchers. But most importantly, the Rotting Riders with the Fleshy Abundance and the double character support managed to break through the enemy front line. Pretty much managed to keep the almost the entire unit intact with all the healing. Let Belchers could have had quite a bit of potential, but unfortunately not enough stuff is on the field to protect them from all those Forsaken and Plague Toads. And there's nothing to contest against the Rotting Riders either on the flank. Yeah, Bragg the Gutsman, he did okay here, but I feel like Man-Eaters probably would be a much better way to deal with enemy heavy cavalry. I just have I have a pretty major liking towards Man-Eaters with great weapons as like an anti-cavalry tool. They are immune to psychology, anti-large armor piercing, great melee stats. Yeah, the only problem is they are slightly more fragile due to low armor, but honestly, if you already have healing, it's not a big issue, in my opinion. I love the Nurgle melee reflect build. It's so funny when it works. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to see if the damage reflection works because you don't see units dying like super fast. But we did see some Saber Tusk pack being thrown onto the Rotting Rider, so perhaps they got hit by the damage reflection. One Plague Toad, 1.4k value. I think that's the one that managed to get onto some Let Belchers. Forsaken and Plague Toads are strong combo. Yeah, I feel like it's a more cost-efficient combination of infantry plus trolls, because trolls kind of offer the same thing, but Plague Toads are just cheaper with anti-infantry bonus as well. I respond to Buna with Fleshy. Oh, okay, that makes sense. I expected Crushers, but there's no Crushers, so yeah, the reflection isn't really needed against elite cavalry. I don't know if the melee reflection actually does much against armor though. That's the only problem. That is the best Plague Toad performance I've ever seen. Same. Maybe we can figure out something else for the damage reflection actually. Alright, so anyways, next up we have Norska, led by Throg the Troll King, a front line of Marauders. Wait, they're boxing? Marauder Spears and Marauders on the outside, and then we have the Femirs on the inside, with a Marauder Spears guarding a Shaman Sorcerer of Fire, Throg the Troll King, and on the other side we have... Shipment Sorcerer 5 have Burning Head, and Burning Head only. On the other side, for the Bretonnian, they are also boxing. Front line of Men-at-Arms, a rather complex formation with layers, a chevron shape. With Man-at-Arms on the side, some of them with pole arms, and there's one more at the flank the back guarding 4 long bows. And yeah, Grail Knights, questing knights, some very elite cavalry. 2 Grail Knights, 1 questing knight, and leading the army Albrecht de Bordeloo with his trident. Wait, hold on. Yeah, Wrath of Menan for the Discourage effect. I don't know if it's gonna be. It's useful against Marauders for sure. With the Discourage effect, and a Grail Reliquary keeping that leadership of those peasants high up. Not that. Oh right, forgot about that. I remember seeing the Norscan Giant on the army's loading screen, and there it is. Yeah, the terror-causing piece to terrorize some poor peasants. Oh, Familiar Warriors also have great weapons, making them anti-large, which will help against enemy cavalry, but these are Grail Knights, so they do have pretty impressive melee stats for them to contend with. Okay, they're out. Once they're out of forest, things should be slightly better for them. Oh, Throg the Troll King getting lit up by those peasant bowmen with fire arrows. He does not want to like take that much punishment. On the side there, Grail Knights charging into Marauder Spears, but the Marauder Spears are braced and did some reflection damage against the Grail Knights, leaving a dent on their HP bar. And also Familiar Warriors trying to follow up as well, but the Grail Knights are quickly retreating. Very nicely done from Somir with the Bretonnian army there. Very timely retreat, keeping them away from those Familiar Warriors, and at the same time might be able to exploit the enemies. In this case, I think Hayseed kind of slipped up with the micro a bit there. Familiar Warriors getting out of infantry support, so they're alone against the Grail Knights. In the front line, they're Marauder Champions. Oh wait, these are Marauder Champions. That explains the rather narrow formation of the Norscan there. Anyways, you can see that the Familiar Warriors is getting absolutely annihilated by the Grail Knights, and on top of that, Albrecht de Bordeloo on the flying mount, getting onto the ground, and yeah. These Grail Knights getting the extra anti-large from Albrecht as well with the Braid of Bordeloo plus 12 bonus versus large. Absolutely annihilated those poor Familiar Warriors, and there's no saving for them. And a bit of a Fleshy Stone giving them extra physical resistance combined with their damage resistance. And Hayseed starting to peel off a lot of his forces, trying to like save that flank, that Familiar Warrior, but unfortunately that is just sacrificing the Marauders for naught, as the questing Knight slamming them from behind, basically annihilating them with a sandwiching charge with some Grail Knights as well. Over here, the Grail Knights are once again teasing the Norscan formation. The front line wise, things are going pretty well for the Norskins, grinding through the enemy defenses and smashing up the Grail Reliquary, and maybe they can get to the Damsel of Life as well. But the monster presence, their biggest tool to counteract the enemy Grail Cavalry, are unsupported, and now the Grail Knights and Questing Knights might just be able to move over and convert onto these engagement and start piling onto these isolated Familiar Warriors. The Giant is also kind of a bit lost. Now that he's in the range of a bunch of crossfire from the fire arrows, he is not having a good time. Also, with only 50 armor, he's gonna he's gonna take a lot of damage once the peasants start shooting at him. But yeah, at least the Grail Knights are starting to take losses. Not a lot of model losses though. Still having 34 models out of 48. These guys 36. Yeah, 75% of the unit still intact, and have plenty more healing as well. There's only one Familiar unit remaining on the battlefield. This one I don't really count it as one unit. It's almost dead anyway. The Marauder Champions are holding on fine. Marauders as well, beating up peasants. The problem is these archers are uncontested, with no mobility against them so far. Alright, the Familiar Warrior seems to have recovered a bit. Maybe they can... Ooh, they're getting a surround on Albrecht. And Albrecht cannot get out of there, taking a lot of damage from these armor-piercing anti-large attacks. Maybe this is it. This is the win that the Norskins need to bring this battle back. With Albrecht taking more and more damage, the balance of power is shifting back to the middle for the two armies. And Throg is also jumping in. There's still this one lone Familiar Warrior is all it takes. All it takes to keep Albrecht on the ground. but here comes the lancing charge from the Grail Knights there, punching into the back of all these Marauder Spears and Familiars, freeing up Albrecht as he manages to squeeze through that MVP Familiar Warriors and get out alive. Marauder Champions are still holding fine. Balance of power is back in the middle, and victory tickets are in the hands of the Norskins, and they still have a lot of infantry left to hold the line. So it really depends on whether the Grail Cavalry and the Questing Knights can do the damage they need to bring this one back. Alright, we're gonna go and fast forward this battle for a bit there, since we are getting into a bit of a dragged on phase. Grail Knights charging into the enemy Marauders, but I didn't really get that much impact damage, and as soon as the Familiar Warriors come in, they have to bail out of there. Wait, what are those? Marauder Champions trying to press on against the enemy Peasant Bows, but getting finished off as the Questing Grail Knights and Albrecht were able to single them out. That was unfortunate there. They probably should have stayed and hold on to the capture point and just weather the storm against the enemy archers and try to waste their missiles as much as possible. Familiar Warriors having more than half leadership. They're from the miss ability is active, so they have 110 armor plus like 50% missile resistance. So they can probably just sit there and tank enemy archer fire with no issue at all. Yeah, anyways, they are... oh, well, we're going to another fast forward here. As the Bretonnians are trying to perform an enveloping. Oh, the Marauder Spears are facing the wrong way, getting charged in the rear by the Grail Cavalry, but quickly the Grail Cavalry are bailing out of there. They're charging up their rage, so they might get some more extra melee attack and physical resistance, and the Giant comes over and try to help. But yeah, right now, Familiars are trying to push the enemy back line, seeing that the Grail Knights, one of them, are a bit occupied by the Spears on the other side. And the Questing Knights are also a bit busy, so maybe it's a time for the Familiar Warriors to push, but no, looks like they're going to pull back and try to provide some support to the Norskin Giant, who is keeping those Questing Knights on the in the back there, just simply standing there and keeping some of the Questing Knights from running away, being a massive roadblock. The Familiar Warriors can take all those archer fire, no problem at all. The problem is these Grail Knights. Having that upgraded version, giving them extra vigor, doesn't matter because they're Grail Knights, so they have extra vigor anyway. They have perfect vigor anyways. Yeah, more importantly, the heal, and on top of the Familiar Warriors, they don't have any infantry to shield them, to provide them meat shield, so they take the full brunt of the enemy charge with the Grail Knights. And yeah, they're down to less than a quarter of their HP. Burning head onto some men-at-arms and quickly routing them off, and Spears and Norskin Giant coming over to bail out those Familiar Warriors before they get broken down. Yeah. Things are not looking great for Norskin in terms of their army forces remaining on the field. They don't have any healing for their regular troops, only for Throg. And Albrecht and the Grail Knights can still heal, though they are indeed running low on HP. Down to the last 26 models, they did a lot of damage over the course of battle with all the healing supporting them as well. Very nicely done with all these cycle charging from Somir. And the Peasant Bowmen unloading the last bit of their ammo. But yeah, the Grail Cavalry are still a formidable force. But Throg the Troll King, the Familiars are done now. They are probably not going to come back. Down to 3 models over here, 5 models over here, and the last bit of HP. But maybe Throg the Troll King and the Norskin Giant can do something to carry this game, since they still have some Marauder support. Never mind! As I said that, Albrecht decided to terrify everything in the vicinity. Now, the Winter Tooth Crown from Throg has been used up on the Familiars earlier. So, no more Unbreakable for the Norskins. And, yeah. It is now down to the single entities who are now surrounding and pinning down. Now, it is a question of whether the Bretonnians can capture the point here. It seems like the point is slowly moving towards the control of the Bretonnians. If they can capture it, there's no way for the Norskins to bring it back. Especially they have the archers. This is clutch. These archers are bringing in the capture weight that the Bretonnians desperately needed. Oh no, a burning hand on the archers and not the capture point. So the capture point is continuing to fall into the Bretonnians' hands. Oh no, that was a big mistake. Now the capture point might actually go into the control of Bretonnians. Well, no, the Shaman Sorcerer is trying to delay this, and Throg is still punching it out against the Grail Cavalry. Oh, but the victory location slowly inching towards the hands of the Bretonnians, and there's no more Burning Head for the Fire Shaman Sorcerer to put these archers out of their commission. Oh, and the Grail Cavalry charges in as well. Suddenly, things are looking quite grim, as well as Frog running low in HP. He did activate his fight or die earlier, or maybe? I'm not sure, but I don't think that matters anymore, as it's going to be army losses soon. Just right before the finishing line, army losses hit, and that should be victory for the Bretonnians. Very well played to both players. A little bit, I feel like a little bit, yeah. Very well played to both players. Somier, masterful micro with the Grail Cavalry, constantly cycle charging, running, picking out the, like, baiting the enemy monsters out of their formation, and then isolating and finishing them off, pick them off one by one. Very nicely done by Somier. And then with the monsters down, especially the early takedown of one of the Familiar Warriors, the archers were able to just sit back and fire and just rain down hell onto the Norscan Giant and perhaps Throg the Troll King as well. And yeah, very nicely done with Outbreak, the Grail Knights as well. Yeah, with all that mobility forces outplaying the Norscan. If the Norscan held their position a bit tighter, maybe they would have a much better chance here, especially like keeping the Familiar Warriors within support of their Marauder Spears, because it's very, very close. It is just literally 15 more seconds, and the Norskins would have won this. So yeah, if the Familiar Warriors were held closer to the formation, didn't get picked off that early, they could have held on longer and maybe buy more time for that victory tickets to come in for the Norscan army. But yeah, overall, very nicely done from both players. A lot of devastating burning heads, which I didn't get to really highlight, but yeah, the Familiar Warriors did really well, punching down the enemy cavalry with their anti-large armor piercing and armor sundering as well. Marauder Champions unfortunately didn't do a whole lot, mostly just eating enemy archers and pushing them back. Slaughter a bunch of peasants, I guess, but that doesn't really earn back that much value. But yeah, I feel like, yeah, if the Familiar Warriors held on with a bit more tighter formation, they probably would have. Norscan probably could have had this one. Trolls is better than dorky dudes wrapped in tin cans. Well, define dorky dudes wrapped in tin cans, because there are a lot of those in the game. They say you played one build today. Cookingo, I don't know why, but Champions and Familiar just called to me today. Yeah, they are like a very sturdy frontline thing. Like the Champions are kind of great at holding, and then I personally really love Familiars. Like they are, if anything, they are my kind of like they're how do I put it? Wait, where's the Norscan game? Wait, what the fuck? Wait, this is last week. Oh yeah. Yeah, I like Familiars just because they are so tanky. I mean, of course, if they're charged by Grail Knights, everything melts, but like, they can just absorb a lot of firepower, and that is something that say like Skin and Wolves can't really do that. And a lot of the Norscan army are kind of light armored. Even the War Mammoths doesn't have the best armor to mitigate all the damage from the archer fire, but the Familiars, they just shrugs everything off, even if they're fucking bullets firing at them. So Familiar Warriors are just so good at tanking enemy firepower. They could have probably just stand there and screen off enemy archer fire for days. And you probably don't even have to send the Marauder Champions to deal with the archers. Just let the Familiars take them all. But yeah, anyways, that is gonna be it for that one. We need to keep moving on, because we have 1 hour and a bit more, and we still have like 20 replays to go. Fuck. Khorne. Next up, Khorne versus Kislev. Khorne going with a rather tight army. A couple Marauders, couple Khorne Gores, 2 Chaos Knights with sword and shield, axe and shield since it's Khorne. 3 Murder Horsemen with throwing axes and 1 Hellforged Bellowers. I guess people are really finding. Oh shit! What's his name again? Skyla. Yeah, people are really finding a liking in Skyla. I feel glad for the guy. The rampaging contact effect with the explosion comes in really handy. Now, Skull Ticker on the leadership, providing some AOE buffs in the form of yeah, wait, no, hold on. Totem of Endless Bloodletting because of the Corn Bike. And yeah, he has Cloak of Skulls for immune to flanking if he can't get enough kills, and Bloody Onslaught to duel enemy characters or just debuff enemy units in general. Now on the other side there, the Kislevites trying to go with a lot of Armored Corsairs in the front line. Armored Corsairs and what? Hold on. Sorry about my phone. Kislevites Warriors providing some anti-large. Oh, that's a lot of anti-large. Double Frostworm. And an Incarnate Elemental of Beast. So a lot of anti-large presence there from the Kislevite army. Wait, hold on. Who is playing Kislevite today? I feel like I've seen this army build last week. Pasha. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, Pasha coming in with the double Frostworm. Patriarch coming in with the heal. Yeah, Celeste Lullaby, Incarnate Elemental of Beast. A line of Horse Archers providing some skirmishing firepower and try to whittle enemy down. Now the Corn Army is just going to quickly grab the capture point, and because the Kislevites are not taking the fight to the enemy and are trying to sit back and skirmish. So yeah, Hellforge Bellowers can just keep shooting, I guess. Try to thin out the enemy formation as much as possible. Okay, now they're moving, but Hellforge Bellowers continues to fire and take a huge chunk of those Armored Corsairs, and definitely putting a dent in the enemy front line for sure. Now he's just we're gonna fast forward. It's a bit of a kiting phase. More shots coming in for Hellforge Bellowers. The vortex damage comes in really handy against the grouped up troops of the enemies, the Horse Archers and the Armored Corsairs. Now the Chaos Knights, seeing that the Horse Archers are a little out of position, decided to engage them in a charge, taking down a couple models here and there. Okay, actually, just this unlucky Kislevite got took down. While the Chaos Knights of Khorne are taking quite a bit of damage. I mean, not... Oh, yeah, actually taking a lot of damage from the pistols and archers as they're turning around, their shield no longer facing their enemies and try to fail. Anyway, Skyla and Skull Ticker are taking the fight, very bravely taking the fight over to the Incarnate Elemental Beast. Dropping the explosion from Skyla as well, keeping all these single entities in the fight, trying to lure them into an unfavorable engagement as the Incarnate Elemental Beast with such a massive hitbox, getting showered by throwing axes and get lit up on fire. Even if there's healing from the Patriarch, that is going to be cut in half. And did the Patriarch use his healing? I need to check. Where is the Patriarch? No, he hasn't used his healing yet. And Incarnate Elemental of Beast is almost down from all those throwing axes. And Skyla himself being a great fighter, and Skull Ticker as well, doing a lot of damage. With Bloody Onslaught lowering the armor from 50 to a meager 20 on the Incarnate Elemental of Beast, and also dropping the melee defense, making him very vulnerable to damage as well. And now the throwing axes cavalry, seeing the Horse Archers are out of position with Marauders pressuring them, decided to go into melee and just pin down these Horse Archers, and then the Chaos Knights follow up with a hammering charge. And now these Horse Archers are trapped, pinned, and they're not getting out of there. And the second Chaos Knights with of Khorne are also going in. But yeah, Skull Ticker might want to get out of there ASAP. He's under a lot of pressure here. The double Frostworm, Snow Leopard is being summoned by the Ice Witch as well. But right now, throwing axes are sitting back and they're just chugging those AP damage onto the Ice Witch Tempest. They're trying to work them down, dropping in spells left, right, and center though. There's a Blizzard doing a lot of damage to the infantry, but there might be some friendly fire as well. So like Khorne Gorz managed to get an Unbreakable going with their passive, so they're fine for now. And Hailstorm was mostly dodge, so yeah, Skull Ticker is fine. Not quite close to get that activation of Cloak of Skulls though, and he's almost like dead. So he might want to get out of there ASAP with the double Frostworm on his tail. Yeah, might want to even throw some cavalry, like these Chaos Knights, just to pin down the enemy monster. With throwing axes continues to do damage, of course, just keep working down Ice Witch. And Skyla still having over half health left. Definitely leaving a mark on the poor Ice Witch. Now, Skull Ticker might need to go into melee somewhere. Oh no, he's crumbling away. That demonic instability is not going to be easy to get rid of. You can maybe just jump onto these Horse Archers. That might be his best bet. But no, he's taking more and more damage. He's probably done for, honestly. Especially with nearby units routing, just putting in more. Yeah, flags exposed and all that. Yeah, he's not. Unfortunately, that there goes Skull Taker. Balance of Heart is still slightly in favor of Khorne, but the problem is, can they take advantage of this advantage here? This might be a bit rough. Oh no, the Skylar just took a couple big hits from the Frostworm. Throwing axes are still having quite a bit of ammo reserves and can definitely try and take down the Ice Witch. But is there okay, this is not the Ice Witch of ice, so Tempest doesn't have Death Frost, which is the only good news, because Skylar can remain on the battlefield and keep giving leadership buffs to nearby units. But yeah, overall, Khorne still have a slight advantage in balance of power, as they do have the kind of skirmishing missiles they need to take down the double Frostworm. And okay, there's still one Solace Lullaby though, so that is still gonna be rough for. Yeah, that's still gonna be a bit rough for the Khorne army to deal with, as the Frostworms can still heal. But Skylar is just YOLOing himself straight into the enemy backline, somehow routing some kids of like warriors and getting a 1v1 versus this Ice Witch, who is facing the wrong side, having the rear exposed to Skylar. She's getting her rear ravaged. Oh boy, by Skylar, a big gorilla, against an Ice Witch with a Frostworm. Yep, that Ice Witch is gone. Skylar is unbreakable. He's gonna see that Ice Witch off the map, unless these horse archers manage to pin him down. We shall see. Throwing axes are continuing to kite down the Frostworm, and the armor piercing is really coming into play and working down the Frostworm right now. And the horse archer is definitely not quite enough to get rid of Skylar, who is actually slowed down to 40 speed. But then again, Ice Witch herself is also extremely slow, partly due to the wounds slowing her speed down and also being super tired and all that. So Skylar continues gives chase, and maybe he can see the Ice Witch off. But overall, the skirmishing cavalry managed to take down the Frostworm. Yeah, I need to find. Oh no, over there. He was still alive a moment ago, but then it got taken down by the throwing axes, and now it is pretty much a mobility game. And the Hellforge Bellower is still very healthy, with nothing really to threaten it anymore. But with both Frostworms dead. Yep, that is going to be GG here, as Ambulance is hit for the Kiss of White. Very well played from Khorne here, from Skarbrand, with using Skylar and Fingram to rampage the enemy key targets and keep them in the fight that they would otherwise not be in, like the Incarnate Elemental of Beaster staying in the front line for too long and getting showered by throwing axes. And yeah, Skylar actually did very well in this battle, taking down multiple, well, doing a lot of damage to multiple single entities and taking down the Ice Witch in the end. And the Kids of Light tried their bestest, but just not quite able to do it. Especially the horse archers didn't quite manage to earn back all their worth. I mean, close. They're close to earning back all their costs though. So yeah. And yeah. Looks like Explosion, the Hellforge Bellowers did quite well as well, just shooting up the enemy infantry, which is not exactly numerous anyways. And Blood Bikes grind through the enemy infantry, thin out the support, and yeah. Throwing axes doing major heavy lifting this battle, while the Chaos Knights of Khorne sacrificing themselves to pin down the enemy threats. The throwing axes did all the damage they can to take down the enemy single entities here. They basically, these three, Skylar and Skulltaker, basically took down all the single entities on the Kislevites side, and yeah, responsible for most of the win. Alright, next up we have Lizardmen versus Dark Elves. Let's see what happens here. Alright, Scott the Imperishable with Lizardmen. Wait, Scott the Imperishable? Alright, versus Curio on the other side. Alright, so we have Lizardmen with a very similar build. But Skinks in the front line, 2 Skinks core with javelins, 3 skirmishers, 3 Ko-1s, 3 Riperdactyl riders, and 2 more Bastiladon. 1 with Rev Crystal, 1 with Solar Engine, and we have an Engine of the Gods with 10 and 1 leading the army on top of this Majestic Beastie and Majestic Altar. So we can expect some laser beams, but we shall see. On the other side, for the Dark Elves army, a front line of Dread Spears and Koan Knights flanking the army, plus Scourge Runner Chariots to hunt down dinos with that anti-lock armor piercing. But they do... Oh no, they have fire at will on, so they're just automatically firing at the closest unit, wasting their ammo into puny skinks. Oh, that is a bit of a mistake. They have very limited ammo and they need to make every shot count, especially when you have 3 armored dinos to deal with. I guess there are some dark shards, which helps, but yeah, still. These expensive skirmishing chariot needs to make sure their shot counts. Dryads... no, wait, no, sorry. Dread Spears are missing their target. They had attacking target onto the skink skirmishers, I believe. Which means a lot of these models here are trying to force path through the enemy skinks. And not... for a while at least. And didn't actually do damage and give a bunch of skinks the free damage. On the side there, we have Ripper Projectile Riders trying to pressure the enemy, but quickly being seen off by some Dark Shards. And Master plus Marathi is not exactly easy to deal with. They're 2 pretty decent melee combatants, and Marathi can heal herself. Alright, are we seeing... Oh, yeah, we're seeing a laser beam right here. We saw a laser beam launch. Wait. Did it go cancelled so it just launched half of the laser beam and never land? Oh, fuck. Oh, probably because the Tanwin also activated Flock of Doom at the same time. And before the laser beam finished casting. So the laser beam shuts out and never land. That was unfortunate. We could have seen some really cool action there. And also annihilate these Koan Knights and Dread Spears. Now it's a second attempt as the cast has been cancelled. Alright, here comes the laser beam. Annihilating these Dread Spears and did some okay damage to the Koan Knights as well. The problem is... Oh, wait. Oh no, Tanwen just got stuck in these anti-large combatants for too long. With no Koans, no Rev Crystal or anything to bail him out. So he took a lot of damage, but finally... Feral Koans decided to come over and try to pressure off the enemy Dread Spears, but it might be a bit too late. Tanwen has been seen off, but Ripper Projectile seeing a little bit of a slip up behind there with the Scourge Runner Chariots and decided to just jump onto them and try to work them down. But there are some Koan Knights nearby and delivering a devastating countercharge soon. The front line-wise, Dread Spears have no issues working their way through all those skinks. So the skink front line is gone. A big soul stealer onto this blob of dinos as well, draining down all these remaining dinos who are also surrounded by Koan Knights and doing some really cost-efficient anti-lock AP damage against all these dinos. So I think that is gonna be a win for the Dark Elves, especially Tanhuin has no hope to come back now that the Scourge Runner Chariots are dedicated to hunt him down. But Stilodon did some meh damage, unfortunately. Not a lot. Unlike the last time with the Chosen, there's no heavy armored expensive infantry for them to shoot at. And shooting at Dread Spears can only earn you so much gold for the lowest tier unit on the Dark Elf side. Alright, that is gonna be it for this one. I think I might just fast forward here. As the rest of the Lizardman army just got isolated and slowly worked their way, being worked down. They're putting up a good fight with the skinks trying to overwhelm the Koan Knights, but in the end it's still not quite able to bring them down as the entire Lizardman army is pretty much scattered to the 4 winds, being isolated and hunted down by either the Koan Knights or the Scourge Runners, who didn't really earn back their worth here, but the Koan Knights did their worth and brought down a bunch of dinos, including Tenenhuin, and really helped with gaining the advantage on the balance of power. And also the Ripper Projectile Riders, man, they're so fragile. They can jump onto one target, but as soon as anything charges them, they're freaking dead. So yeah, they just got wrecked pretty hard, and the javelins below darts did much damage either. Definitely want Koan Spear Riders in this matchup just to contest with the Koan Knights, other than Ripper Projectile Riders, I feel like. And Tenhuin is a very interesting choice, but unfortunately definitely not a competitive one. Yeah, GG to this one. Let's move on to the next battle. Wait, hold on. I think I'm missing some replays. Yep, right. we've got some more replays down here from round 1 and maybe round 2 maybe. Alright, Dark Elves again versus Grand Cathay. Kurio once again going with Dark Elves. I mean, everyone uses the same faction every round, right? Alright, Kurio going with a front line. Oh, that's a lot of anti-infantry power. I assume it's Black Corsairs go to the front and then Witch Elves flanking. No, maybe it's a different thing. Okay, anyways, 4 Black Corsairs, 5 Witch Elves. A lot of anti-infantry fighting power to cleave through the enemy box, Grand Cathay box. The Bolt Fiends and the Regiment of Renown Dark Swords with Shield Breaker and some Dark well, we have the Harpies in the skies to disrupt enemy missiles, and then Cohen Knights providing anti-large armor piercing. Leading the army is Malekith with Soul Stealer and Gaze of Malice. On the other side for the Grand Cathay, front line of Pheasant Long Spears kind of spread out just to give them a bit more wider coverage on the front line there, with Iron Hail Gunners providing that fire support, trying to shoot through the gaps in the formation as well. But that's a lot of infantry to contest. I don't know if these Grand Cathay troops have enough to defend the line here, but they do have a lot of fire support from the Grace of Kuei Yi, as well as the Jade Warrior crossbows as well, raining down death and destruction upon those Witch Elves and Black Corsairs, as well as some more Jade Warriors and Peasant Long Spears on the flanks holding the line. But yeah, you can see some of the Black Corsairs simply ignore the enemy in the front line, walk through the gap in the enemy formation and trying to get to the back line. And there, especially the Witch Elves turning on that rampage with the Witch Brew, maximizing the damage in the first contact against the enemies, immediately breaking through those Peasant Long Spears with the help of Malekith, though they themselves taking a lot of crossbows to the face and decided to falter. But yeah, overall with the Harpies providing that aerial disruption, just silencing some of those archers, the Black Corsairs are able to break through with the help of Witch Elves as well. Did these guys turn on the Witch Brew? They did, but didn't quite manage to break through the enemy Peasant Long Spears. But yeah, most of the Peasant Long Spears are faltering to the enemy Witch Elves and all that. Dragon's Breath are doing good damage to the enemy front line though, to the Dark Elf front line though, so the Dark Elf front line isn't actually getting through unscathed either. They are indeed paying a price. But yeah, the infantry of the Grand Cathay is not enough to plug every single gap, and now we are seeing Witch Elves getting through. Getting a second Witch Brew basically. They're not exactly Witch Brew, but Murderous Mastery is essentially an equivalent, if not, an equivalent damage boost. So all the front line, all the Peasant Long Spears, and even Jade Warriors are getting broken down by the Witch Elves with their impressive anti-infantry performance. And now all these Cathay backline will be compromised soon, especially now that they're exposed to some Cohen Knights. At the back there are some Grand Cathay cavalry, I remember. Yeah, these are Jade Lancers, I think. Probably Jade Lancers? Not sure. But yeah, try to get to the Bolt Fiends, but there are some spears at the back and which dealt with them. Alright, another nice Gaze of Malice as well, thinning out the enemy infantry support, and also dropping in those Soul Stealers to drain down Zhao Ming's health. It is pretty much coming down to Zhao Ming in the end to try and carry this with the Dragon's Breath attack and to thin out the enemy troops. But here, there are still some Jade Lancers roaming the battlefield, so Cathay is definitely still have a lot of forces to punch back. The only problem is a lot of their balance of power rests in the ammo of these missiles, and these missiles are not going to be given another chance to shoot if the Dark Elves can help it. Like the Black Corsairs, Witch Elves are all trying to get onto the enemy archers and just make sure they will forever stay silent. While Harpies it's disrupting Zhao Ming. Oh, there are some Onyx Crowmen as well, but oh right, the Onyx Crowmen were the ones trying to harass the Bolt Fiends, but got fended off by yeah, these are the Crowmen on the ground there. Yeah, but they got fended off by Jet Spears at the back. But yeah, Harpies are not going to hold on for long, but the main thing for Dark Elves is whether they can take down the enemy archers. Like, they need to clear the entire army of the Grand Cathay to have a chance against beating Zhao Ming. But I feel like Malekith has a decent chance in this kind of fight, with Soul Stealer helping him. But he does have to beat Zhao Ming twice, with a second stage of Burning from Braces, giving that explosive heal. Zhao Ming is now onto the Bolt Fiends, making sure to silence them down, but it's not gonna matter anyways at this point. Grand Cathay Wait, is that army losses? Oh yeah, that is army losses. Oh wait, no, that might not be army losses. Grand Cathay might have just thrown in towel in this one, deciding that it's probably not gonna work out with his entire army gone, and Zhao Ming will be alone against both Fiends, Spears, and Cohen's Knights. I don't like Basilidan. I think he misses too many shots. Yeah, that's a problem with some of the artillery. Like what else? Screaming Skull's catapults miss a lot. I think I remember there are quite a few more. But still, the Solar Engine is definitely one. Oh, Scrap Launcher. Scrap Launcher also misses a lot. The projectile spread for the Scrap Throw is just unfortunately a bit much. Solar Engine blinding effect cannot be overstated. I agree, but that means you need to. It's gonna be a more melee-oriented army, I guess. That blinded effect is so good though. Minus 24 attack and defense. Basically neutering an elite unit, bringing it down to a regular unit. But yeah, the mass infantry swarm is something definitely the Cathay army has trouble defending against. Peasant long spears are not great holding off just a line of witch elves, slicing and dicing them, screaming frenzy. And the Koa Knights did good damage, trading against the enemy Jade Lances and whatnot. So yeah, one of the Jade Lances did some good damage, running, I think this is the one that covered the right flank, and tried to run down the enemy Witch Elves and whatnot, but yeah, in the end they just didn't quite matter here, as Zhao Ming decided to, or Pinkbeard here, decided to throw in the towel, losing all his missile assets to the mass infantry rush. There are like 8 melee infantry here, while there are 10 melee infantry plus 2 more harpies. So way more, assuming each infantry here deal with 1 Dark Elf infantry, there's still like 4 more infantry units to contest with, 2 of them flying. And the Peasant Long Spears are not gonna have a lot of time either, from the Witch Brew slicing them up in a in an intoxicated frenzy, you can say. So yeah, GG to both players. Next up, Lizards versus Teen. Yeah. Wait, we've seen that. Yeah, we've cast that already. So, Ogre Kingdoms versus Dark Elves. This is a matchup that the Ogre Kingdoms do have an advantage in. Oh, Doughboy up 80% win. Yeah, I think he's a relatively new. Oh shit, did I? Do I have to take that Tower of Hoeth out of the fucking map pool? Because they're... I didn't realize their capture point is so close to the side of the map. Solar Engine... it's from 21.5, man. That was not today. Wait, this was not from today? Wait, hold on. Hold on a second. There wasn't Tower of Hoeth in the change log. Wait, Wait, did I accidentally click the wrong file? I did, my bad. Let me just delete it. That's why you delete your files before you go in. Oh boy. Yep. There we go. Now this is the right one. Tomb Kings vs. Skavens. Let's do this again. Yeah, it's from last week, I remember that one actually. I just remember seeing Doughboy on in the battle today, so yeah, that was my bad. Anyways, we managed. Thanks for catching that. We managed to avert a major disaster of spending time on a watch replay already. Anyways, we are seeing Leo Duro here playing as the Tomb Kings, who is on a pretty wild winning spree today, if I remember correctly from what he said in the chat on Discord. Wait, hold on. I need to switch audio output just because I'm getting quite warm here in the room and my headset is making my ears sweat. So alright, cool. Alright, let's slow down a bit. Thanks for catching the mistake with the replay. We are gonna go back into the cast here. We have Tomb Kings, the front line of Skeleton Warriors, second line of Ushati Great Bows. Just a bunch of Skeleton Warriors really guarding this... Wait, hold on. You have 5 skeleton warriors and 2 more skeleton spears, 1 more skeleton horseman forming a box around the Ushaptis, double war cats, 1 necro sphinx, the Sphinx of Uzkev, and war sphinx with Cetra on top, being imperishable and all that. And a force of 4 whole horse archers on the other side, Kurio going with Skaven, front line of a lot of Calamrats actually. Or Skaven slaves, actually. Never mind. Poison Wind Globes, great for clearing out skeletons with their explosive Poison Wind. Ixios Triads and Plague Monks. So a lot of anti-infantry fighting power, and Ixios Triads to kill off enemy monsters, constructs, that sort of stuff. I feel like, yeah, maybe the Ixios Triads could have been deployed in Vanguard, since they do have stock and can sneak up onto enemy backline and all that. It zaps up, trying to zap the enemy artillery or constructs or cavalry, and a line of rat ogres providing mass and armor piercing, and a kick claw leading the army with storm demon, cleansing ruin, unlimited power, and brass orb. Anyways, the Skaven chaff is advancing while the kick zaps up is firing back, adding that cooldown increase to the Cetra, the imperishable, while the Ushaptis are focusing down those Poison Globes, knowing how much devastation they can inflict onto those infantry and even cavalry of the Tomb Kings. You can see these skeleton horse archers just simply getting caught by a few volleys from the... I assume it's... Wait, hold on. How did you die so fast? What the fuck happened to you guys? Did you just get Storm Demon or something? Hold on a second. Oh, either Brass Orb or Storm Demon. I think they got Brass Orb. Never mind. Just taking a bunch of damage in general. Never mind. But yeah, Poison Globes are closing in. It might be a good time for them to start dropping shots onto the skeleton horse archers, cleansing ruin onto Cetra the Imperishable, and on the flank there, Poison Globes are also pushing in with Climrats as well. But the problem is there's not a lot of assets on the Skaven side to deal with Cetra right now. In case that has been taken out, being left completely unprotected. Deciding not to play the artillery game here. Seems like the Exodus has paid the ultimate price, not earning that much value. I mean, 640 is still something, I guess, but overall just not quite worth their cost in battle. This might be a good time for the Exodus Triad to charge towards the Cetra the Imperishable here, but yeah. The artillery is entirely left untouched. Poison Wolf Rats were able to deal with some horse archers. But those Shopties having heavy armor just don't really care. Poison Globes continues to shoot, but the big mistake is shooting a Cetra. The Poison Globes doesn't really work against single entities, so not doing a whole lot against Cetra. And the Sphinx of Uzkev is just enjoying life right now, smashing some poor red ogres in the fight with skeleton warriors providing that infantry support. Poison Globes might be a good time to start chugging into those skeleton warriors, but yeah. Skavens that are on a mass exodus, they have no assets to protect them from the devastation of Cetra and the Sphinx of Uzkev. Poison Globes are not anti-large in any way, and there's no nanny bubbles, there's no rattling guns, there's the Ixios are the only anti-large specific tool other than the Ixios Triads is gone, and Ixios Triads are stuck against skeletons. This is not something you want to fight. They are very fragile, very glass cannony. They only have like, what's 8,000? Wait, no, these are skeleton warriors. They only have like 6,000 HP, less than 6,000 HP. And skeleton units have way more. Meaning that they can't take this kind of attrition. They don't have armor. They rely on physical resistance. They can't take this kind of attrition game, and are slowly being grind down. They need to be fighting constructs, maybe pressuring those Shaptis, maybe chasing after Cetra or something, just not fighting skeletons, man. And Ikikov's trying to shut down these Shaptis with the help of the Wolf Rats, but unfortunately he kind of sucks in melee, even with the Doom Slayer. So yeah, he got taken down. Cetra and the Sphinx of Uzkev ravaged these poor Poison Globes, and there's no more damage dealing units other than the Red Ogres on the field for Skavens. Kit is being seen off, being chased off right now. And once he goes off the white line, it's just gonna be GG for the Skavens. And I think Skavens decided to throw in the towel before we get to that point. The Tactical Hiding Rock. Wait, Sigils. Oh, right. Sigil? Yeah, Sigil, sorry. Sometimes I mix up names in my mind. I don't know why. But yeah, Sigos. That tactical. I don't believe that Sigos lost. I feel like the Ikixavsa had a good chance using its range advantage to maybe like pick off a few Ushaptis before being abandoned, and with the rest of the army start rushing. Like even if it's, I feel like if just a single Skaven slave were just sitting on top of them to protect them from skeleton horses, they could have done a bit more in battle even. Like, might as well just sacrifice one Skaven slave spears to just provide some shielding for the Ikixavsa so they can keep shooting. I feel like would have been a better way. I don't know, but yeah, I don't really see a lot of tools to deal with enemy constructs on this Skaven build, so I'm a bit confused on what are they supposed to do with all these Sphinx, Silverscav, Cambrian, War Sphinx, and Ushaptis. Like, the Poison Winds are definitely great for clearing out skeletons, but some of them are shooting at Cetra and are not shooting at the blob, so a lot of the skeleton infantry are still surviving till the end game, which I feel like was a lot of missed opportunity here. But yeah, one of the skeleton horsemen managed to take out the Ikixavsa, earning back ludicrous value for them. Yeah, not a lot of tools to take down the double sphinxes, which is a bit of a weird. Next up, we have Nurgle versus Tomb Kings with Ludero and Kukinkle. Ludero going. Wait, hold on. Let me just quickly drink. Ludero going with 4 skeleton warriors, 3 spears. Oh god, so bad match. We shall see, Kukinkle. We're gonna show this just for because you beat me in the Nurgle versus Widow game. Alright, I mean, yeah, I'm gonna show it either ways. Doesn't really matter. Anyways, skeleton spears and skeleton warriors, and where's the Ushapti? Yeah, Ushapti at the back there, sitting right on top of the spears. Oh, Tomb Gods, I do like them a lot. They're like a nice halberd elite infantry for the Tomb Kings, and they hold on really nice in a prolonged combat. Unfortunately, they're a little bit expensive, so it's not exactly cost efficient to bring them onto the battlefield, which is the only problem. Skeleton horsemen, 3 horse archers, and of course double sphinxes, very standard for Tomb Kings, etc. The Imperishable and the Sphinx of Uskav. Chosen of the Gods as well, being one of the... Oh wait, there's only one Tomb Gods. The other is the Skeleton Spears guarding the regular Ushapti Great Bows. On the other side of the battlefield for Nurgle, Marauders of Khorne and Rot Knights. Excuse me. Actually, 3 Rot Knights. If I remember correctly, yeah. 3 Rot Knights in total, one of them, the Rotting Riders leading the army, is a Chaos Lord of Nurgle once again. With the damage reflection, but this time no more Nurgle spells. Instead will be Lord of Death with Spirit Leech, no doubt trying to drain down the enemy Lord. Multiple units of throwing axes. And that's it for the army builds. The Marauder Horsemen with throwing axes will be the main killing power onto enemy constructs. The problem is, can they survive till then with enemy horse archers that can definitely outshoot them with longer range and yeah, just keep kiting them at the same time. Alright, we're gonna fast forward here as Ushaptis are raining down this death and destruction upon those poor marauders, and now they're switching over to shoot down the Marauder Horsemen, knowing that these are the bigger threat to the constructs with their armor-piercing missiles, and the skeletons, they can simply sit in front and just buy time, just act as roadblock and keep the marauders at bay, while the double sphinxes deal with those Rot Knights. But yeah, Ushaptis continue to shoot. The horse archers are retreating back into the blocks right now. Oh, is that an incantation of vengeance? Quickly draining down the Rot Knights, and on top of that, Cetra the Imperishable jumps in with skeleton support horsemen as well, just blunting the charge of the Rot Knights so they don't get the charge onto Cetra, and the Rot Knights are taking a ton of damage, also being blinded. A very nice use of that Blade, hold on. The Blessed Blade of Fatra, blinded in fact, minus 24 attack and defense. Now the Rot Knights down to only 70 attack and 24 defense. They are suffering hard in this melee, getting hit way more than usual and hitting way less than usual as well. Especially when Cetra is dumpstering them in combat. Well, what happened to these Rot Knights? Were they just, oh, they were just constantly getting shot by the Chosen of the Gods, trying to hang around, circle around for too long and spending more time in marching. That means more time for the enemy to shoot you down. With the Chosen of the Gods still sitting behind these Tomb Gods with halberds, and the Tomb God with halberds now sailing forth the screen of the Rot Knights, the Chosen of the Gods are able to retreat back into safety while the halberds continues to grind down the Rot Knights, including the Rotting Riders, with the help of the Sphinx of Uzcath. Now, Flooring Axes are closing in on Cetra, trying to just focus him down, and they're doing a lot of good work. The problem is there's nothing to keep Cetra in the fight here. So Cetra can simply move out of the way while the skeletons screen off the enemy or the horsemen. Oh no! They still have their attacking order on Cetra and they're just moving in. Trying to squeeze past the skeletons and get to Cetra. And well, there goes the horse archers, I guess. And the skeleton spears accidentally wrapping around the enemy's horse archers there, pinning down some of their models and denying them from retreating. Balance of Power is in favor of the Tomb Kings now at this point, as the Rot Riders have taken significant casualties being pummeled by the Sphinx of Uzcath and grind down by the Tomb Gods, who still have a lot of health left, by the way. Another Incantation of Vengeance, Assyrian Incantation of Vengeance, and there goes the Rot Riders maybe? They're still getting damage, right? Yeah, they're still getting damage and drained down, despite the lack of VFX. Way over here, the missiles are getting caught by some returning Rot Riders, since Rot Knights, since they do have regeneration and can come back with a second win. But anyways, they're so low at this point, it doesn't really matter, they just get terrified. And Throwing Axes are continued to be chucked on into the fray, this time whittling down the Sphinx of Uzcath with the double character from Nurgle trying to keep it in the fight, unlike last time. Actually has a reason for the Sphinx of Uzcath to maybe stay in the fight, but nope, it decided to get out of there and let the horse archers tank damage instead, so it can go somewhere else and do something else. We're gonna fast forward a bit here, as the Sphinx of Uzcath is now in the center of the box here, with Cetra helping out against the Chaos Lord of Nurgle. The Throwing Axis now moves over and try to get some shots onto those double war cats, double construct cats. But yeah, I don't think that's going to be enough to save the Chaos Lord right now, being sandwiched between the two cats. Yep, that is not the cat you would want to sandwich you in between. So yeah, the Chaos Lord bails. Infantry-wise, the Marauders are still stuck on freaking skeletons. It's taking them forever to get through the enemy infantry front line. And that is not, time is not exactly on the side of the Nurgle army right now. The horsemen are getting, the murder horses are getting slowly whittled down by the Ushabti Great Bulls, who are still very healthy with the Chosen of the Gods. And these guys are also at half health, and all the models are intact. So yeah, Rot Riders just suffered heavily at the hands of the enemy firepower, picking them off with all those oversized arrow fire. Hold on. One of the Ushabti with Great Bulls was regular performance. Yeah, it was pretty man performance, but the Chosen of the Gods got so much damage done, and the double war cats made there's so much damage. I have absolutely no idea how to kill those stupid cats. Yeah, that is the main problem with playing against Tomb Kings, I feel like. Throwing Axes and Rot Riders, I think, are the correct combo. But I feel like you need something to break through the enemy front line then. Maybe Forsaken, but then again, you don't have a lot of money, I feel like. But yeah, that is a rough one. Oh wait, Plague Ogres with great weapons, maybe? Ogres with great weapons might be one way. It's hard still, it's hard. This is like the meta combo of the Tomb Kings. The double kitty cats plus the Chosen of the Gods. Cetra on War Sphinx and Sphinx of Uzcath and a Chosen of the Gods. That's like the classic combo. And maybe another Great Bow Ushabti as well. That's like the classic Tomb King combo these days. And it's very hard to go wrong with this build. And it's just because these two single entities are so freaking tough to kill. even without something like Earthblood or Regrowth to heal them up. Wait, there is Restoration if you just bring a Necrotag. Oh wait, yeah, I often see them with a Necrotag as well, just to heal these constructs. But yeah, it is a tough one for both for anyone to deal with. The Rod Riders unfortunately got shot up pretty badly by those Great Bow Shaptis and suffered heavily from range. But I need to get rid of Shapti Great Weapons. Yeah. Maybe Angels of Decay? If you have some Furies occupying the Great Bow Shaptis and Angels of Decay can just fly in and keep chugging those Death's Head. I don't know, it's a rough one. I mean, it's just rough to deal with the double Sphinxes. I feel like Angels of Decay might be the answer as long as you can keep those Ushaptis occupied. Because Cetra, neither Cetra or Sphinx of Uzcav have any way to deal with Angels of Decay if the Angels can just sit back and keep chugging those Death's Head. The problem is you need to finish off the enemy... yeah, you need to finish off the enemy skirmish... yeah. Wait, hold on. No, we haven't seen those... Yeah, but the problem is you just need to finish off the enemy Ushaptis first. Which is a bit of a tall order sometimes. Alright, next up we have Mata versus Archangel. Mata going with Siege, Archangel going with Ogres. When Sepulchral Stalkers arrive, Angels died instantly. Yeah, oh, it's rough. Wait, I didn't realize it. I didn't realize the Fire Belly has like a has like a WWE mask. I think it's just the paint on the face glitching in the portrait. I'm not sure. But yeah, let's go for the army builds. Team just going with a front line of Blue Horrors, a lot of firepower. And Chosen of Team Jet. Oh, don't bring Chosen against Ogres. Oh wait, well there's no Lab Belchers, so I guess that's a plus side. Like, if there were Lab Belchers, these guys are gonna get deleted from the field. Like you're just gonna get so much value deleted from afar. But yeah, I guess the Soul Grinder is gonna be a bit finicky. But either ways, let's go through the builds. Screamers of Tinge in the Skies, 3 of them, 2 Chosens, a line of Blue Horrors, 1 Savage Claw, very nice, against the Ogres, with their elite melee stats, anti-large AP, Soul Grinder of Tinge, and a Herald of Tinge with Blue Fire, Pink Fire Spam, Chromatic Tomb for power reserves, extra power reserves. I don't think that is that's a thing. Yeah, you're only getting 2.7 power Winds of Magic only, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, 80% power recharge, so getting more Winds of Magic faster to keep spamming spells is nice. Blue Fire to snipe enemy units, snipe enemy monsters, and Pink Fire to clear out Nobblers, I believe. Now, for the Ogre side, the front line of Pigback Riders and Nobblers as well, I think, on the flanks. Yeah. Second line of Ogre Bulls and third line of Trappers. Plus some more Nobbler Flingers as providing those skirmishing firepower, just some cheap and cheerful missiles. And then we have, of course, Saber Tuskpack, some very nice cost-efficient mobility. Leading the army is a Great Maul Slaughtermaster with Troll Guts, and Troll Guts only to heal out the Hunter on a Stonehorn. Yeah, that is the army. Oh wait, there's also a Fire Belly with Burning Head ready. Oh, well, he's gonna get sniped by Blue Fire. Yes, he has 40% fire resistance and 15% missile resist, but that is still a lot of damage coming in consistently from the Herald of Tinge, from both the missile, the default missile and Blue Fire spams. It's gonna take some time to take him out though, so that's the only thing. Probably better off just to send the Herald of Tinge over to kill the Slaughtermaster, just to cut off the active healing from the Hunter. But yeah, anyways, Blue Horrors are lighting up all those Nobblers, and yeah, those Nobblers are not enjoying a face full of blue warp flames, while the Trappers and Flingers are moving in to start chugging those dirt cheap missiles onto the enemy units there, trying to whittle down the Blue Horrors from afar. Nice Burning Head onto the Blue Horrors, cleaning out those infantry presence on the Tinge side, hitting a second Blue Horror as well. And because of that leadership debuff, these Blue Horrors are not long for this world, quickly fading away from reality. While Saber Tuskpack flank around now that all the Screamers have committed to the front line, trying to work down the enemy Hunter, the Stonehorn Hunter and Ogre Bulls with their anti-large. The Blue Horrors are not enjoying life at all, but the Chosen and Seventh Claw are holding on just fine, cutting through the enemy infantry and monsters alike. The problem is, the Hunters, the Stonehorn Hunter with the attacking animation, flying through enemy formations with that charge impact damage. And at the same time, the Screamers are taking too much attrition damage in all kinds of fights right now. Wait, what the frick was that? Blue fire. Well, unfortunately didn't hit anything, so that was a bit of a wasted cast. And yeah, it's a very rough fight for the team army at this point, with only Halberd warriors on the field. Halberd heavy infantry on the field. I guess the Seventh Claw is their only hope of taking down the Hunter. With the Hunter being able to just jump around the battlefield and just plowing through infantry, it's just gonna keep doing collision damage to the Chosens with Psycho Charging. I guess the Soul Grinder is here just duking out against the Stonehorn Hunter, trying to take it down, but the Soul Hunter getting the heal from the Troll-Guts with no fire damage to deny it. Even a shot from the Herald of Teeth would be good, just to cut down the healing by half, but no, it looks like it's gonna heal fully. As in get 100% heal from that healing spell. Now the Halberds are moving in, but yeah, again, I don't recommend bringing Halberds against Ogres. Like, yeah, they're just gonna get slaughtered by Lead Belchers, and even if they don't have Lead Belchers, they just struggle to keep up with enemy monsters. They can't really pick the fight they want and are just like lumbering around, getting blocked by Nobblers and wasting precious time and vigor onto enemy chaff, and maybe getting picked out of some HP as well. Some blue fire onto this blob would be nice, just clear out all the Nobblers, so the Seventh Claw can focus on fighting the monsters and all. But I think we can just fast forward at this point. As the Chosens are getting overwhelmed by sheer numbers, they are not taking a lot of damage quickly from the Nobblers and all, but yeah, they're just slowly getting attrition down. Even like a few damage trickling in here or there is gonna put a dent on their irreversible HP bar with no healing and all that. Unlike Ogre, who is just keeping that Stonehorn Hunter very healthy with those Troll Guts. And yeah, that is gonna be GG. I hate this map when enemy gets forest closer to them. Screamers apparently have 700 weight each, but he just moves past them. Yeah, Screamers is weird. Like, they are just such a such an ineffective anti-large monster. It doesn't make sense. How, like, they died quickly and they don't do a whole lot of damage. I've never seen a Screamer pay for themselves. I feel like it's just better off to just get Tandagors with their armor piercing, making up for the lack, and also extra models as well, making up for the lack of anti-large. Like, Tandagors probably would do a better job than Screamers in the same row. Like, if you want something flying, get Furies. If you want something armor piercing, mobility, get Tandagors. You'd probably be better off than, well, this. But of course, Tandagors is way more expensive, so that is a big problem. If you want more numbers and have less funds. But yeah, Screamers just suck. They absolutely suck. They are very glass cannon-y. Yeah, they're very glass cannon. They take a lot of damage, and they don't do a whole lot. Yeah, Chosen's did some damage, but unfortunately just got overwhelmed by sheer numbers and getting attrition down with nothing to support them. Once the Blue Horrors and the Screamers and of course Soul Grinder goes down as well. Soul Grinder probably be definitely an interesting, and I think it's probably a very reliable call in this matchup. But I feel like the big issue here is the Herald of Teams didn't really focus on the Slaughtermaster and try to take out the Fire Belly. Yeah, I guess the Fire Belly with the Burning Head is very threatening. But I think if you have the pink fire, there's a way to clear out enemy chaff, and yeah. I feel like the Hunter's healing is a bigger problem than the Burning Head thinning out the Blue Horrors, because the Blue Horrors are gonna die anyway. The problem is you need to take down the Hunter to win the game. It's like the biggest win condition on the battlefield here. and you can't really use halberds reliably for that, unfortunately. I don't know what that was with playing fire. I aimed it at gobblers and it just hit into emptiness. Yeah, sometimes I think, oh, it might be a case where for some reason there's a bug getting triggered and the pink fire got cast onto your own model, onto the caster themselves, despite the caster is like in the sky. So like for some reason it's just cast onto the caster. This happens with Spirit Leech sometimes as well. And then you see a Spirit Leech onto the caster, and then the caster not taking damage from the spell but also not doing any damage either. Yeah, it casts right underneath the caster. I forgot. I swear there's like a way to trigger it, but I don't. It's either nobody haven't tested out it yet, or I forgot. But I don't remember how to trigger it. Yeah, it's a bug, but I don't think it has ever been fixed so far. Yeah. Anyways, next up we have let's just take that one out. GG to Archangel for the win. Ogres is indeed a very strong faction. Next up we have Warriors of Chaos versus Skaven. Wait, no, hold on. Don't delete that. We haven't watched it yet. Watch replay. Oh, Skaven are in for a rough time. Grimbat. Oh, Grimbat. Yeah, a very nice build here. 4 Forsaken, 2 Marauders, 4 Hellstriders, 3 Murder Horses, and 3 Horsemasters, with Azazel leading the army. A lot of numbers, a lot of mobility. I love that against Skaven. There's no monstrous infantry, but I guess that doesn't really matter at this point. Everything is just gonna get swarmed with not enough assets to protect everything in the pocket. Also renders some of their artillery useless as well. On the other side, for the Skaven army, a front line of spears and just Skaven slaves after all. Poison globes, which are great against both the Forsaken infantry and the Hellstrider cavalry as well. And then further back, Skaven slave slingers mixed in with red ogres, providing mass and mobility. Leading the army is a Gracier of Plague Magic with summons. Vermintide summon Dreaded 13th, and that's it. Unholy Clamor for Vigor, Refresh, and Leadership. More importantly, Leadership. And Scorch for damaging capabilities on the Plague Furnace. And also some Doom Flayers. Dwarfing Menace, the Regiment of Renown one, and the regular one. Alright, that's it for the army builds here. Let's just fast forward. As the... both armies are still very patient. Especially the Warriors of Chaos, slowly making their way around the map. They're putting all these mobility in the position of flanking, poising to flank but not flanking yet, just making sure the opponent need to turn their attention over and maybe slack off in micro on other parts of the battlefield, like these avalanche mortars. Spend quite a few volleys onto hitting the Forsaken, but now finally moving on to the next unit. These are such devastating artillery, just deleting enemy infantry straight up. And Red Ogres and Dwarfing Menace though, being sallied forth to try and deal with the enemy javelins, the Horsemaster. They are way faster than the Doom Flayers and Red Ogres, and they can easily stay ahead of their targets while skirmishing them down, filling them up with javelins to the face. Even the heavy armor of the Dwarfing Menace is not going to be too good here, since these are Horsemasters with extra armor piercing at 8 AP per shot compared to 7 AP per shot on the Marauder Horsemen. So yeah, putting quite a dent onto the Dwarfing Menace already, with 3 whole units shooting at those Doom Flayers, 3 units of a Horsemaster. On the other flank here, with this is the melee cavalry flank with the Hellstriders jumping in, quickly wrecking these Red Ogres in melee combat, while the Forsaken getting obliterated by a combination of Avalanche Mortars and Poison Globes. These Poison Globes are desperately needed onto the flank to dispatch all these Hellstriders. They need to work down these Hellstriders before they lose the opportunity to kill off this fast and agile cavalry, which can basically pick off and take down Skavens left, right, and center. Oh no! What happened to these 2 Poison Globes? Big mistake! Now they're stuck in melee and inundated with their own troops and unable to fire. And now the Hellstriders are dragging them into melee as well. Red Ogres and Skaven Slave Spears rushing over to try and help out against the Hellstriders, but Hellstriders with that anti-lock are annihilating these poor Red Ogres. At least these Red Poison Globes managed to get a good shot onto some of the Horsemasters, deleting them outright. And oh, Avalanche Mortars also back online and are now devastating some poor Murder Horsemen. But yeah, once again, these Poison Gloves really needs to get out of there and start shooting at the closest Hellstrider they can find their hands on. Yeah, you need to start shooting and start deleting those Hellstriders, man. Oh wait, well, Balance of Power is in favor of the Skavens though, since they have taken out basically all the rather expensive infantry on the Warriors of Chaos side. And a lot of their Poison Gloves and Avalanche Mortars are still intact. I mean, the Murder Horse Masters are charging in, disrupting them, and yeah, compromising some of the missile units. But overall, they still have a very good trade here. Especially catching those Horse Masters with Poison Globes. That should not have happened, but it happened, and unfortunately, the Warriors of Chaos got punished heavily for this mistake. They had more than enough speed to stay ahead of the Poison Globes and having slightly enough range. Like having more than enough range to stay out of the Poison Globes and just skirmish down the outer troops. The troops on the outskirts of the Skaven formation. But yeah, the Postmasters got punished, and that is going to be GG here. I don't think Azazel alone can bring this one back with so much of an army from the Skaven side remaining. Hello, Liduro. Welcome back. Oh, Slaughtermaster was hiding in the forest early. Yeah, cast. Oh yeah, that is true. I forgot about that part. Yeah. That was a very wise move from the Ogre player, from Archangel, too. Just to keep the Slaughtermaster alive for even just for a little longer. Yeah, that makes sense why you targeted the Fire Valley first, actually. Yeah. Yeah, anyways, now for this battle here, unfortunately, a lot of the mobility just got shot up pretty badly by the Poison Globes. Personally, I would just bring Aspiring Champions against Skavens, because Skavens have no answer against them. They have no elite anti-infantry armor-piercing troops other than Death Runners. But you wouldn't see them bring Death Runners generally anyways. So, yeah, Aspiring Champions, perfect to deal with Skavens. Like, they can just sit on the enemy infantry chaff line, and then you can just drop a Burning Head right on top of them, and they would not take much friendly fire from the Burning Head. And you can just clear out all these Skaven troops with like minimal friendly damage with the Burning Head. Yeah. But yeah, a lot of these horsemen and horse masters unfortunately just got caught by caught out. Thundertusk are banned. I think I banned that one, yeah. Because it's a very strong single entity that can, well, that can kill things infinitely with their long range attack and also the charge collision like Stonehorns generally do. Yeah, and on top of that, they have the two models on top just chugging out anti-large spears. The same, literally, they have the missiles of both variants of Stonehorns, both the harpoon launcher and the hunter, yeah, and the Stonehorn hunter javelins. It is a congregation of a ton of long range damage, with the two different long range missiles that a Stonehorn can have, and on top of that having its own like snowball artillery attack. It's kind of busted. So it makes it good against both infantry units and single entities because of this. It's weird. Anyways, yeah, so we and I think there are other events that also ban Stonehorn, so I decided to ban it as well. But yeah, anyways, I mean not Stonehorn, but Thundertusk. But yeah, Hellstriders did okay damage, but unfortunately, yeah, just quite unfortunate that a lot of them get caught by the Poison Globes and was not able to spread out enough to get through. I really thought this Warriors of Chaos build would have had it, but yeah, the front line got devastated by the Poison Wind Globes, unfortunately. So they were not able to do much against the Skaven Chaff, and then the Skaven Chaff can reinforce the other bits of the battle, allowing the Skaven to pull ahead with a lot of damage dealt by those Poison Globes and Avalanche Mortars. Very nicely done by both players, and then we're moving on to the next one. What else? Do we have any duplicate replays, actually? Let me just quickly check. Nope, we don't. Okay. Norskins versus Kislev next up. Stonehorns aren't banned, just Thunder Tusk. That was a slip up in my tongue. But yeah, welcome everyone to join me in this replay section of today's tourney. It would be great if you can also drop a like onto the video, which really helps the algorithm and helps the channel. And yeah. Anyways, we are back to another fight. Norska, it's a faction of Ice. Norska versus Kislev. Norska going with the front line of Murdered Champions once again. With some, oh yeah, just a full front line of Murdered Champions, going quite expensive today, aren't we? Skin Wolves on the flanks. Actually, Skin Wolves and Ice Wolves combined with 3 groups of them. Leading the army is Frog with a Shaman Sorcerer of Metal with Searing Doom and Plague of Rust for support. I guess that's to debuff enemy armored cavalry and let the Skin Wolves do a bit more damage on the other side for the Kislevite army. Armored Kussars backed up by a bunch of Streltsies, Kislevite warriors guarding their rear here, and Frostworms, 2 of them once again, with the Patriarch providing that Solek's Lullaby healing, and Streltsies are definitely going to be a key thing to work down the enemy monsters. Anyways, let's just fast forward here. It's both sides. Okay, this, yeah, we're just gonna fast forward here and let the Marauder Champions slowly walk forward, getting showered by Streltsy fire. They're gonna take quite a bit of damage, so that's not gonna be great for them. The shielded ones are being ignored by the Streltsies, which is a wise choice. You want to take down the great weapon ones with the missiles from the front. And maybe use something else for the shielded ones instead. But yeah, anyways, Armored Kussars are being recharged by Skin Wolves and Ice Wolves? No, the Skin Wolves are trying to beeline for the Tsarina Katerin over here. But yeah, these poor Marauder Champions getting absolutely filled with lead by a bunch of Streltsies, and then Frostworm jumps in and breaks them down. But the mobility might be able to perform a flanking. No, they're still a little bit far away from that. But yeah, there's nothing to stop Frog from pushing in and slapping Tsarina with his big old mace. But yeah, Kislevite Horse Archers are jumping and moving around, trying to skirmish down troops, but there's not a lot of good skirmishing target though. Skin Wolves with Winter Tooth Crown are unbreakable, but not that they are breaking anytime soon, so they're just chilling in the fight. Oh no, Ice Wolves are stuck in a bunch of Kislevite warriors, but at least the front line is going okay for Norska, other than the ones being shot up by Streltsies. Marauder Champions are doing good work against the enemy infantry. Was there an AoE damage earlier? Oh, Searing Doom onto these Kislevite warriors, spinning them out so that Throg can have a better time fighting Tsarina Katerin, while the Ice Wolves are just going to get hacked down by the full arms, I suppose. But yeah, a lot of the mobility assets are being committed by Norska now. One of the Streltsies have been disrupted, and now Marauder Champions pushing into the enemy backline and to grind down enemy reserves. Throg is, yeah, still hunting down Katerin. Katerin does not have healing other than Patriarch's Lullaby. So Throg with his Entheology is definitely getting an upper hand here. And Searing Doom, such an effective spell. Any blob is gonna get cleared by this cheap and cheerful spell with an effective cast. Like, this spell costs 6 Winds of Magic and took out a quarter of that Streltsy unit in a single cast, and then yeah, just the rest got finished by Skin Wolves and Marauder Champions, I suppose. And more Marauder Champions, they're still holding their just an elite infantry, so this is where their stats and leadership are shining. They're just holding on, outgrinding those Kislevite warriors and Armored Kussars, especially the great weapons one, smashing apart that Kislevite shield wall. And the armor also helped them block damage from the Ice Maiden Kiss. So like, just tanking damage left, right, and center with their melee defense, with their armor, with their leadership. And now Frog continues to stay on Tsarina Katerin despite those second Frostworm trying to get to him. This might be a good time for the Skin Wolves to come in and help, but yeah. With all the Skin Wolves just piling onto the back line, the Streltsies are dead now. And with Ice Wolves as well helping out. And the front line of Kislevite warriors and Kussars were not able to hold on against this kind of elite infantry rush. Frostworms are dead. One of them is going down. The other is getting hit by a Plague of Rust. Not that it really matters, but I guess it triggers the... Nope, there's no passive. But yeah, I guess it helps with the... Oh yeah, Skin Wolves are piling in. So Zarina Katarine down to 60 armor. A little bit more vulnerable to the Skin Wolves attack. And Frog is just going to make sure the Frostworm never comes back. This might be a good time to send the Ice Wolves over to chase it down instead. But yeah, Zarina Katarine is not going to carry this with such a puny HP bar. All the Streltsies are still being tied down, and their gunfire doesn't really matter much at this point. The front line crumbled to the enemy great weapons. And then the Streltsies are exposed. And there's not a lot of monsters other than Frog to shoot at. And then Frog is just constantly standing next to Zarina Katarine, so he's getting the line of sight blocked by the Frostworm's chunky, or a very slender, very long hitbox. But yeah, one of the Frostworm, one of the Frostworm didn't do great, getting slapped by a bunch of Skin Wolves and Frog as well. And the infantry got outclassed pretty heavily by a full line of champions. Like, rarely see champions doing well in battle, but this time they did, and smashing through all those poor armored Khazars. Very nicely done by Hayseed here with the Marauder champion build, and the Skin Wolves were able to... Oh, these Norscan Ice Wolves chasing down the enemy, like getting through the enemy defenses at the back, and since a lot of the armored Khazars are committed to help out the the Kislev warriors are committed to help out the front line fight against the Marauder champions. Even with one being outright deleted by Streltsies, the other four were able to carry their own weight and bring this game back for the Norskins. Very nicely played by both players here. But yeah, unfortunately, Horse Archers weren't great. I mean, this one did fine. The other, not so much. Yeah. Right, no. Almost deleted the wrong one. Alright, next up. Oh, shit. We don't have a lot of time left, actually. Wait, did I accidentally delete the wrong game? Hold on a freaking second. Okay, no, I didn't delete the wrong thing. Alright, cool. Next up, we have Lizardman versus Skaven. I think we can get this done in 50 minutes, right? Because, like, I'm kind of on a timer here with something else I need to commit to, so, yeah. Scott the Imperishable here versus Segos, and Lizardman going with 5 Skink Core, 3 Skink Skirmisher, 2 Chameleon Skinks, 4 Koan, 2 Spear Riders, Koan Spear Riders, and 2 Solar Engine. Yeah. Again, I feel like, yeah, I feel like the Bastillodon misses way too much, but their melee stats are very important. The blinded debuff is very important here to debuff enemy effectiveness. But against Skaven, you don't really need that, I don't feel like. And you should be more worried about their long-range artillery, like Igig Stab or Wart Lightning Cannon, Jezzails, that sort of stuff to kill dinos. So I don't feel like Bastillodon is the best pick here, but either way, seems like their opponent didn't have any long-range artillery, so that's fine. Lord Master Mundi leading the army with Apotheosis, Bound Banishment, and no Ruination of Cities. Shield of the Owens and Cold-Blooded, very standard stuff. On the other side, for the Skaven, the front line of Skaven Slaves, a second line of Poisoning Globes, and a bunch of Slingers. So, going rather cheap with the Slinger, and Avalanche Mortar, so deleting those Skinks left, right, and center with a Brassor from Ikit as well. Big mistake for the... I feel like big mistake for Lizardman here is starting to stand there and trade long range. That Avalanche Mortar is such a devastating artillery. It's gonna delete your entire infantry force just with this one unit. It's not worth it to trade against it if you don't have anything to quickly kill the Avalanche Mortar with from range. I guess the laser beams are coming in handy this time though. Getting some damage done onto the Avalanche Mortar. Only taking out one model, so they still have most of its damage output intact. And it's not exactly earning back its worth yet. But yeah, the Skavens are holding position, trying to position and drop some damage onto these Cohen Spear Riders with Doom Dolphin Menace and Red Ogres who are guarding the backline there alongside the Extra Strides and trying to equalize this fight with some devastating artillery. But at the same time, that means the Avalanche Mortar will be exposed longer to the laser beams. Whoop, looks like that one just missed. And there goes another Avalanche Mortar model. And also the blinded effect makes the shots less accurate as well. So yeah, the Avalanche Mortars might want to start focusing down the enemy chaff again, now that there's not a lot of key targets to deal with. Poison Globes though moving in, but they're not shooting for some reason. Are they firing? They need to fire to get rid of those Feral Coens. While the Red Ogres are sacrificing themselves and buying time for them to shoot, they need to do the damage they need to win this game. But yeah, Avalanche Mortars looks like they are being dealt with from range by the Bastiladon and managing to get a win in this artillery fight. Now the Bastiladon are moving over to shoot at the Poison Globes, trying to take out this damage output unit before they kill off too much of their skinks. But yeah, it looks like damage has already been done. A lot of skinks are getting deleted by the Poison Wind explosions. On the front line there, Ixious Triads getting summoned over onto skink skirmishers. They're a bit stuck here, and it's gonna take them a while to get through, which is not great for them as they need to spend all their time on hunting down the dinos. And Avalanche Mortars are now shooting at Masamundi, which they don't really do much here. On the flank there, the Red Ogres and Spears, Skaven Slave Spears, are victorious in beating back the Cohen Spear Riders and Feral Coens. Thanks partly to the help of the Avalanche Mortars as well. We're now switching over to try and devastate the enemy skink cohort and do a lot of friendly fire to the Poison Wing Globes nearby. Anyways, the Ixious Triads has managed to dealt with the enemy skink skirmishers there, but they need to start pressuring the Bastiladon with Solar Engine because they're just gonna get peppered down by blow dots. And the Poison Wing Globes though. Oh no, why are you shooting at Masamundi? He doesn't care about Poison Wing Globes. Just shoot at the skink skirmishers. Oh well, at least the Extra Triads are on to Masamundi. And Bounce of Fire is slightly in favor of this Skavens at this point. But yeah, Poison Wing Globes really need to just focus down the skink skirmishers and let the Extra Triads deal with the dinos. Although they're running out of armor-piercing anti-large options. At least they still have a lot of the Red Ogres around, which will help against Red Ogres. But yeah, looks like the Extra Triads got damaged by their own Poison Wind and a Bound Banishment. Lord Masamundi using himself as a bait just to keep the Extra Triads around him and try to drop a Banishment. But no, he casts the Shield of the Old Ones before the Banishment is successfully cast, so the spell is cancelled. And he is stuck in the middle of this kind of anti-large situation with nothing to bail him out. That is a bit of a problem. Arcane, he brought Arcane Unforging and he cast it on the AK core. That is a nice spell to deny enemy from casting more Cleansing Ruin, I guess, to increase enemy spell cooldown. But the problem is it's not saving him right now. He's not getting bailed out of the Ixious Triads, and the Red Ogres are dominating a flank fight along with spear support. And yeah, that is going to be army losses, and that shall be victorious Skaven, sorry. That shall be victory for the Skavens there. Avalanche Mortars took quite a bit of damage from the Bastiladon, but they managed to recover. And Poison Globes, one of them did amazing. You don't really, like, they're just so cheap, 550 gold, and has so much damage potential. You can bring multiple, and if one of them get a good run, you'll just pay back for everything else. It'll just pay back the cost for everything else, like, basically. And yeah. The Red Ogres basically dominated the flank fight, and once the Feral Coens and the Coen Spear Riders are dealt with, there's not much to counteract the mobility threat from the Skavens. And Masamundi also unfortunately get caught by the Ixious Triads with nothing to bail him out. Cancelling the cast of that Banishment was quite unfortunate. It could have devastated the Ixious Triads, but yeah, that did not work out. And yeah, the Bastiladon once again paying back for themselves, but the problem is that they are, yeah, against Skavens, I don't know if you need them that much. Maybe perhaps instead of Chameleon Skinks, because they're quite expensive, just bring Red Crested. And maybe cut out one of the Skink Cohort and one Skink Skirmisher to get more Red Crested. They're your best aggressive offensive infantry as the Lizardmen. Most cost efficient, at least. Anyway, so that is it for this one. Next up, we have Norska versus Nurgle. Chaos Civil War indeed. Hayseed going with once again seeing a Norskan Giant. Other than that great weapon for Muse, a front line of Marauder champions again. 2 Marauder Spears, 1 regular Marauders, 3 Marauder Javelins, 1 Metal Caster, and Throg the Troll King. Kukinko though going with 3 regular Plate Bearers, I think. Yeah. 3 regular Plate Bearers, 1 Exalted, and double Soul Grinder of Nurgle with their mortar attacks. I guess that would work quite well against the enemy Javelin. And also an Angels of Decay plus another Plague Drone, Plague Drones of Nurgle with Dev's Head. Leading the army is a Demon Prince of Nurgle with Spirit Leech and Fleshy Abundance. And Exalted Plague Bearer in the front line there with the Dev's Head throws as well. But yeah, as you can see here, the Plague Mortar isn't exactly the most accurate thing in the world. Oh, immediately Spirit Leeching the Shaman Sorcerer of Metal here. Great choice, actually, taking out that Spellcaster early and denying them from more Spirit Leeches or direct damage. And the Plague Mortar is finally hitting targets very well because they're stationary, and also stripping away some of the ammo from the Marauder Hunters with Javis as well. Dev's Head try to get close and drop some Dev's Head onto the enemy formation, but unfortunately, they're being fended off by those Javelins, so those very devastating anti-large firepower. Oh, if there's a Final Transmutation on that Metal Caster, that would be useful. Nope, there isn't any, so I guess there's no block punishment. Searing Doom still helps though, against the enemy infantry and all, but Javelins are very much needed here to take down all the large single entities. But yeah, one of them are being terror routed by the Demon Prince diving down, seeing that the Familiar Warriors and the Giant plus Throg the Troll King are a little bit too far away to help. Searing Doom will begin. A Spell Bombardment will begin to thin out the enemy infantry, but these are Exalted Plague Bearers and can hold for quite a while. Marauder Champions eating a bunch of Dev's Head, but they do have that Bronze Shield to block off some of those missile attacks. Yeah, the Javelins, they're not even getting into firing distance against the enemy single blob just yet, but they're already down to half health on, taking significant damage from the Plague Mortars from afar, with nothing really to counteract those Plague Mortars. The only bright side is it's almost out of ammo, and the Javelins are now trying to take down Angels of Decay, knowing that there's no way for the Norskans to take down these Plague Drones with Death's Head, other than to fill them up with Javis. Marauder Champions are moving into melee, and they should be able to just hold go toe to toe against the Plague Bearers, especially these regular ones, not the Exalted ones. But yeah, Javelins really need to get close and start chugging their Javelins, but they're firing uphill, which is going to be a problem. Their missile damage will be slightly reduced, or maybe even noticeably reduced. Either ways, Throg is now in the fight, smashing some Exalted Blade Bearers, but that also puts him into the range of all these Dev's Head. Oh wait, no. The Dev's Head are more focused on taking down the Giant, I guess, which makes sense because he has a much bigger hitbox and much easier to hit with the missiles. And also Throg heals, so if you can't take him out once and for all, it doesn't really matter. He will just heal it back up. But yeah, the Plague Bearers are not holding on too well against the elite the Marauder Champions elites. Well, over there, there was one spear, or I think there was one spear capturing the point. So the Norskan army is receiving victory tickets as the battle drags on. If they can just let the timer run it out, and they should be able to win this one. And the Norskans are very cautious with their engagement as well, just keeping a lot of reserves at the back, not engaged, and just using whatever ammo they have to just fire at the enemies and do as much damage as possible, taking this game slow, since there is no need to really move around, like quickly to go in a rush to flank or anything. The Giant is giving the Northbringer a bit of a beating, same goes for Brock here, slapping that Soul Grinder. And Javelins, the only remaining Javelin intact with the formation, keeps providing that fire support and whittling down both the Demon Prince and the Plague Drones nearby. Now the Familiar Warriors with great weapons have flanked around, and this is where the Norskan army don't have anything to stop them from getting in, since the plague bearers at the back have been committed to the front line. So there's no more backline rear protection for the Nurgle box, and the Familiars are free to flank, and they are getting in there, slapping and surrounding and slapping the Soul Grinders. Well, Soul Grinder, because the Noxbringer is running the hell away from the Familiar Warriors, and Angels of Decay still focusing down on the Norskin Giant, but right now the bigger threat is most certainly the Familiar Warriors with their magical damage, and doing some really good work against the Soul Grinders, surrounding it and beating it down. And now, yeah, I think this will be a Norskin victory at this point. Noxbringer is still roaming the battlefield, just trying to stay away from the Familiar while chasing off any isolated element of the Norskin army. But the Familiars have gotten into the rear of those Plague Bearers and slapping them down with the rear attack and surrounding and beating up the Noxbringer as well. Fecundity is just delaying the inevitable at this point, giving some HP, but definitely not fast enough to compensate for the damage taken from Throg and all these Norskin units. And yeah, that is gonna be army losses at this point, as the rest of the Nurgle army got dragged down. Hello Tequila Sunset, it's been a while. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, and welcome to the stream. We still have a few replays, so please stay and enjoy. Now, for the army performances here, the Familiar Warriors didn't do a whole lot. They mostly have been staying in reserve and just flanking around mid-game to get to the Soul Grinder. Most of the work were done by, the heavy lifting were done by the Murder Champions there, sitting there and grinding through the Plague Bearers. And some Javelins here did really well as well. These guys, getting almost 3 times their own value. And of course, Throg the Troll King plunging himself straight into the middle of the enemy formation, and alongside with the Norskin Giant. I mean, the Giant died, but Throg was there to beat up some Soul Grinder, getting some pretty good value overall, and still having a lot more steam to give. While the Demon Prince didn't do a whole lot, mostly Spirit Leeching the enemy caster. And the Soul Grinder unfortunately didn't earn back their worth, mostly shooting at Javelins, and then got dragged into a fight against Throg. So yeah, that was not great. And also Familiar Warriors. One of the devs had, the Angels of Decay did great with their devs head, but the other not so much. Alright, next up we have Khorne versus Dark Elves. Skybrand Exiled going with oh, Dark Elves is trying to out-Khorne Khorne, I see. 2 Khorne Gores, 1 Marauder with regular ones, 4 Throwing Axes, Marauder Horsemen, and then 1 Hellforge Bellower, 1 Blood Shrine of Khorne, the Blood Bike. Skyla and Vingram, I think I see. Yeah, Skyla and Vingram, and Blood Shrine of Khorne, and the second Blood Shrine on Skull Ticker. Alright, that's, and also the Axe and Shield Chaos Knight of Khorne. Now on the other side, for the Dark Elves, they're trying to out-Khorne Khorne. Kane versus Khorne, I believe. Witch Elves, led by Crone Hellebrand herself. So they technically have 3 different Witch Brew effects, like 3 different massive damage buff in melee over the course of battle. The Witch Brew on the Witch Elves themselves, Gaze of Cain from Crone Hellebrand, and the Murderous Mastery that triggers once the Murderous Prowess bar activates. Goa Knights on the flank and Scourge Runner Chariots trying to kite the Hellforge Bellowers. Already we are seeing some Malkov's Misdivine Miasma onto the Murder Horsemen. Although the Hellforge Bellower somehow getting some pinpoint accuracy with those shots there. Getting a shot onto the Sorceress of Shadows, forcing her to pull back. We're gonna fast forward a bit. We are kind of running out of time, so yeah, we'll do a bit of fast forward. Murder Horseman quickly charges into the Witch Elves. Oh, I know, these are Chaos Knights. Quickly charges into the Witch Elves with Witch Brew active. Oh, I know, those aren't Witch Brew. I mean, they still activated Witch Brew regardless, but trying to get some damage onto the enemy cavalry with the help of the Koa Knights as well. And oh, Gaze of Cain, absolutely boosting the damage to, cranking up the damage to 11 for these Dark Elf units, and annihilating the Blood Shrine of Khorne and the Chaos Knight, and skylighting quite a bit of damage as well. The only problem is that the throwing axes are nearby and just keep chugging those armor-piercing damage into the back of these Dark Elf units, making them pay for the damage. Making them work for it. Unfortunately, some Witch Elves just kind of overlapped onto each other, so some of these Witch Elves aren't able to make great contact onto the Corn Gores, but wasting part of the Witch Brew. But either way, it looks like the Dark Elves have gotten quite a decent engagement here, breaking down the enemy Chaos Knights. The problem is Cornheller Braun is now surrounded by double teamed by Syla and the Skull Ticker, which is not great. Taking a lot of damage in process, so she quickly bailed out of there. Witch Elves are rushing in though to screen out the enemy units, and Bloodshine is a bit stuck as well, with the Scourge Rider Chariot slowly but surely chipping away the health of nearby single entities. They might want to just try to outskirmish the Hellwatch Bellower at this point. More Malakoffs onto the Marauder Horsemen, trying to take them down and drain them down with those direct damage, while Witch Elves having not a lot of good targets to fight right now, most of them being cavalry and or fast-moving constructs. Yeah, the Witch Elves are just trying to get to the next easiest target, which are these Corn Gores. They might want to get over to the capture point and start capturing the flag for the Dark Elves though. But yeah, Cornheller Braun just is backing the hell out of there. She does not. Ooh, she has turned on Blood Frenzy, but she's not enjoying the Murderous Mastery or the Blood Frenzy, and she's flying right beneath all those throwing axes, and that is gonna hurt. I think she's going down with the next volley. It's too hard to dodge these throwing axes this close on a Manticore, which is not the fastest flyer as well. Maybe the Sorcerers might be able to jump down and provide some melee screening. But yeah, Cornheller Braun is desperately flying out of there, trying to get away. Oh, but a nasty shot from the Hellwatch Bellowers. Somehow, the Hellwatch Bellowers getting that Dead-Eye accuracy in this game. Getting shot after shot against single entities that are also flying in the skies. That was quite hilarious. But yeah, Skylar might go down though to the Scourge Runners. One of them got caught by the throwing axes Marauder Horsemen, who are faster than the Chariot and also can do some nasty anti-armor damage while they're chasing the Chariot. And yeah, I don't see how. Oh, there are still some. Okay, there are still two Koan Knights, which are very key in taking down the enemy single entities here. So they might be the only hope for the Dark Elves to win this game, because Witch Elves are just gonna get skirmished and grind down by all those single entities here. Koan Knights try to charge in, but got rampaged by Syla into Syla and killed Syla. So I guess that works out for them, and then they rampage into the Blood Shrine, who managed to stabilize. They were crumbling earlier, but then managed to stabilize with the Gore Feast self-kill, but then that doesn't matter, and he's surrounded by Koan Knights and got worked down. Oh, looks like a Sorceress of Shadow had enough of that Hellwatch Bellower shot and decided to just drag it into melee, and then the Koan Knights move over as well. But yeah, that doesn't really hurt the Hellwatch Bellower at this point, with Skull Ticker coming in to help. But this is going to be a massive pitch battle. Oh no, Cornheller Braun is down. Wait, is she dead? Either she's dead or have routed off the map. I don't see her. So, no leadership for the Dark Elves. And Skullticker has activated the Cloak of Skulls, so he is immune to flanking. This makes things a lot more awkward for the Dark Elves at this point. Because Skullticker will be thriving in this kind of surrounding engagement if he has immune to flanking. And all the Witch Elves here are just going to get punched down by all the anti-infantry damage. Alright, we're going to fast forward here. Skullticker will pretty much grind everything to the dust because 1, he has self-heal, 2, he is immune to flanking, and 3, he has good armor. And there's only Witch Elves on the field as well. The Koan Knights are steadily being grind down through all that, well, grinding. Unlike the double Blood Bikes, they don't have heal. So the Blood Bikes manage to survive, especially with Skullticker activating the Cloak of Skulls, immune to flanking. Yeah, very nicely done by Scarbrand Exiled here. Very nasty damage from the throwing axes as well. It's hard to out-corn Corn. Maybe what Curio had to do is cut out the Scourge Runners and just go all in on that Kane approach. Getting some Sisters of Slaughter as well. Nah, just kidding. There's nowhere, there's no tools to deal with the Hellforged Bellowers in that case. So yeah, it's rough. The single entity, especially Skyla, seems to be seeing a lot more action these days, and the Rampage is quite useful indeed. Interrupting enemy action and just keeping them in the fight. Obviously, my mistake was taking non-Kane units. Yeah, obviously, for sure. But yeah, the Malkovs did a lot of damage accumulated over time, but the Witch Elves, unfortunately, not a lot of infantry for them to fight. I mean, they still earn back most of their worth. It's just that against all these single entities, the Core Knights did a lot of damage, but the self-heal kind of grind through all that damage. Made up for all the damage they took with the self-heal. And a Scourge Runner, unfortunately, they are quite finicky to use. Especially if you have them fire at will, so a lot of their ammo might be directed towards less worthy targets, like infantry or the Murder Horsemen. And instead of going to the things that matters, like the triple blood bike, which all have self-heal, by the way. And it's quite nasty for the infantry to grind down when your infantry doesn't have armor piercing. Yeah. Right. So next up, we have Warriors of Chaos versus Kislev. Similar approach to the anti-Skaven build. Forsaken, Marauders, Hellstriders, a bunch of Murder Horses, 2 of them throwing axes, 2 of them regular horsemen with javelins, and the Rotting Riders leading the army is Azazel, and Kislev going with 3 Armored Corsairs, 4 Kislevite Warriors, 4 Horse Archers, and 1 Lil Grom. Leading the army is a Frostworm riding Ice Witch as well. And of course, there's a Patriarch with the Solex Lullaby healing. Sorry, I'm just need to fast forward here because we are a bit running out of time. So yeah, we're skipping the marching phase here because it doesn't really happen much. A lot of bullets raining down on the Marauders, doing some damage, but then the Forsaken comes in. But I feel like the Armored Corsairs can hold their own against Forsaken, just holding the line with their armor and melee defense. It's gonna take the Forsaken a while to get through, so it really hinges on the mobility to get through and shut down the enemy artillery and the Horse Archers, and then get those rear charges onto the Corsairs. In the front line, though, the Marauders are being dealt with, and the Murder Horsemen are just sitting back, not doing a whole lot. Yeah, though Forsaken onto Kislevite Warriors, that would work well. Oh, nicely done by Grimbat here. Narrowing the formation of the Hellstriders and slipping through the gaps in the enemy front line, and then catching the Horse Archers in the process. Absolutely devastating them in this situation here. And on top of that, Azazel jumping in. Hacking through the Ice Witch of Tempest. Maybe this is though the Hellstrider, while catching the Horse Archers, they did subject themselves to a bombardment of the Hailstorm. So that was unfortunate. And that might not... Killing the Horse Archers might not be able to earn back their worth, unfortunately. They're not cheap. But yeah, okay, this time the Hellstriders catching another year of Horse Archers, but nothing catching the Little Grom just yet. The Little Grom is free to fire. And oh, some Murder Horsemen throwing axes being forgotten. I guess they want to keep it in reserve. But I guess they want to keep it in reserve to bring it up once the Horse Archers are dealt with, so that they can stay safe and keep throwing axes onto the Frostwood. But yeah, things are not looking great for the Warriors of Chaos for sure. Rotting Riders trying to surround and beat down the Ice Witch Tempest as a double Frostworm, but taking a lot of damage in the process by the anti-lock AP, and on top of that being hit by a Blizzard. So a lot of damage is being dealt to in the Rotting Riders. They're barely holding with their damage resistance and self-heal. While at the back there, Hellstriders finishing off the enemy's Horse Archers, and Murder Horsemen also jumping in. Azazel getting some good work done against the Ice Witch though, and now the throwing axes have been activated to get a surround and start cross-firing down those Frostworms. Very nicely done, actually. And very patiently waiting the right moment to activate the throwing axes, while sacrificing Hellstriders and regular horsemen to deal with the enemy Horse Archers, which are a great counter against throwing axes with their longer range, more cost-efficient archer fire. Hailstorm bombardment, but it doesn't really matter. The Ice Witch still took too much damage dueling Azazel and eating throwing axes in the face and will be routed. Maybe these horsemen can just go and escort her off the battlefield, while these Marauder horsemen, though, throwing axes getting disrupted by the enemy summoned Snow Leopard. On the far side, Kislev Warriors pushing off Hellstriders, but overall I feel like the battle is in favor of the Warriors of Chaos, as Azazel and the horsemen manage to push back the Ice Witch of Tempest, and now the Forsaken is on cleanup duty against all these Kislev Warriors. So yeah, nobody bothered capturing the victory tickets, so it is going to be a rather traditional land battle at this point. Forsaken trading really cost efficiently into the Kislev Warriors, though they themselves taking quite a bit of damage from those armor-piercing attacks, so yeah, they themselves are taking damage. Patriarch no longer have anything worthy to heal. The Frostworm is way out of position, and throwing axes are just moving over to start kiting. Chucking some more throwing axes at them, and trying to whittle it down from afar, yeah, from a distance. Although oh no, it got caught. It got caught, but I guess it can still do some damage, but yeah, it doesn't matter. And now the Forsaken, yeah, cleanup duty. Ooh, the Little Grom has still been firing, but not a whole lot of good targets, mostly infantry and moving cavalry. And the rather slow projectile speed of Little Grom means that it might not be able to hit stuff from afar if the stuff is moving. Close quarters, sure thing, but if it's from far away, and then also like the line of sight issues against infantry, it's just not great. Wait, was this shooting at the Rotting Riders? No, I think most of the damage were done by the... Yeah, most of the damage against the Rotting Riders were done by the Ice Witch and the Frostworm, the double Frostworm combo, and the Blizzard attack as well. But not a lot of good tools to deal with the enemy cavalry in this build, mostly relying on the Kislevite Warriors, which are too static to catch up to the enemy cavalry, and they also trade horribly into Forsaken, so that was not great for them. The Little Grom did some okay damage, I guess, and but yeah, on the other side, Azazel did well. Throwing axes were held onto reserve, very nicely held onto reserve. I really like that, actually. This soothes my PTSD from OP Kislev. Yeah, I feel like Kislev isn't as OP as before. Maybe it's just other factions getting more up to speed or something. But yeah, anyways, Forsaken did well, punching down a ton of Kislevites, and Rotting Riders, despite taking so much damage in the fight, managing to surround the Frostworms and deal some nice armor-piercing anti-launch damage was very nice, indeed. But yeah, that is gonna be it for this one there. We are moving on to the next. Yeah, we're moving on to the next one. Okay, 4 more replays, okay, 20 more minutes, and we might be overrunning a bit. Right, Dark Elves versus Kislevites, versus Noska. Sorry, Dark Elves going with a line of Dread Spears, 2 Blagakoses with handballs, 4 Koan Knights, and 1 Dread Knights. Scourge Runner Chariots, a Beastmaster. I really like this choice because they are quite underrated. They're rather cheap, cost efficient, and on top of that, they have Tormentor Sword to lock down enemy targets, making them immobile. Essentially a net. Sorcerers of Fire with a Burning Head and Flaming Sword of Ruin, which imbues that fire damage, great against Skin Wolves. And on the other side, Marauder Champion Frontline once again, 4 of them in fact. And I bet the Dark Elves are not prepared to deal with it. I guess all they can do is Psycho Charge against the Marauder Champions and Burning Head them. Anyway, Skin Wolves on the far flank with Ice Wolf supporting them. Scourge Runners are trying to skirmish down the enemy mobility now. Oh, should pay attention to my Firecaster. First Burning Head. Alright, let's see. Marauder Champions are clashing onto the enemy Dread Spears now, and they should be able to steadily grind down the enemy front line. Okay, what happens with the Burning Head? Nice damage onto the Marauder Champions. They have 80 armor, but not enough to protect them entirely from the Burning Head. Oh no! The Burning Head curved and burnt down the Dread Spears. That was quite unfortunate there. And on the flank, there's Skin Wolves jumping onto Black Arcoses with Norskin Ice Wolves helping out. And the Metal Caster did quite a bit of damage so far with the Plague of Rust, I believe. We saw a Searing Doom earlier, but that missed mostly, so I assume it has to be the Plague of Rust that debuffs the Koan Knight's armor and allows the Skin Wolves. Damn traitorous Dark Elves, more like traitorous Caster. And yeah, Skin Wolves on the far side is just trading against the Koan Knights. Not entirely great for the Skin Wolves when they're fighting 1-to-1, but they still have the regeneration to keep themselves alive. And Cohen Knights over here getting swarmed by Wolfric, Ice Wolves, and Skin Wolves. And a second Cohen Dread Knight is jumping in, trying to get us around here. And also the Flaming Sword of Ruin, giving them fire damage. Extra effective against Skin Wolves with their regeneration trait. So that damage boost is helping them out and breaking the backs of the Norskin Ice Wolves and maybe the Skin Wolves afterwards. But yeah, overall, Skin Wolves fighting alone against two Skin Wolves and Koan Knights fighting alone against Skin Wolves and Norskin Ice Wolves is not trading well, as they're also taking anti-launch damage. And the Marauder Champions handily winning the frontline fights. Yeah, Koan Riders, the Dread Knights managed to beat down the Skin Wolves and Ice Wolves, but and getting some decent value. But overall, the Skin Wolves and Ice Wolves combos are winning those engagements with the proper support, with Searing Doom, Plague of Rust, that sort of stuff. And the front line of the Dark Elves got completely wiped by the Marauder Champions. The investment of the Black Echoes is not worth it. There's not a lot of stuff to shoot at. Marauder Champions with all the armor and shield, it's not going to be an effective target, and the Skin Wolves are too far away for the Black Echoes to catch. Searing Doom once again just to work down the last bit of those Koan Dread Knights, and I think it's safe to say it is a win for the Norskins, as most of the Dark Elf forces are being wiped. Like, all the infantry are dead. Marauder Champions now pushing into the Black Corsairs now. Wolfric the Wanderer and the Skin Wolves have seen off 2 units of Koan Cavalry. And Searing Doom has been okay. Well, not a lot of damage with the Searing Dooms, actually. Mostly Plague of Rust support, I believe. But yeah, now the Black Corsairs are freed up and start shooting and putting a dent in the Skin Wolves HP bar. It might be a bit too little, too late though, as the Skin Wolves are just chasing down everything, isolated from others on the Dark Elf side. And now another Plague of Rust, 60 armor debuff, and Skin Wolves plus Ice Wolves charging in, sandwiching these Koan Knights. And the last bastion of strength for the Dark Elves are gone. The Master, it might try to come down and take out Wolfric, but yeah, Wolfric is a very competent combatant. And in the end, the traitorous Burning Head cost the Dark Elves the game for sure. No, not only that, but yeah, the Koan Cavalry mostly didn't trade well into the Skin Wolves and Ice Wolf together. One of them did okay with the support of the High Beast Master, but the others not so much, having to deal with that regenerative and anti-large damage. And Plague of Rust debuffing their armor as well, making the Skin Wolves trading much more cost efficient into those Koan Cavalry. Wolfric in the fight helping as well with more armor piercing damage than before, thanks to one of the more recent changes, I believe. And yeah, Wolfric the Wanderer here getting okay damage, but mostly the heavy lifting were done by the Skin Wolves as usual. 1800 damage, goddamn. 1200, and the others also did quite well. 4 Skin Wolves, 4 Ice Wolves. A very formidable mobility indeed. Alright, let's see what's next. Lizardman versus Grand Cafe. We're seeing a very similar build here. Skink Skirmishers with 4 Skink Horde with Javelins, 4 Koan Spear Riders, 1 Rev Crystal, 2 Croxagores, and 1 regular Skink Cohort, 1 Red Crested, and I think that's a Fire Slan. Is that a Fire Slan? I think a Burning Head did more damage to me than all the Searing Dooms. Yeah, that was quite unfortunate. Just nuked down one of the Dread Spears. Is that a Fire Slan? Shadow Slan, okay. Ready to drain down enemy units, I suppose. On the other side, the Grand Cafe is holding a box. Jade Warrior Halberds holding in the front, and then Peasant Long Spears at the back. 3 whole Grand Cannons ready to delete the Slan Mage Priest from existence. I think this is going to be a short one. That Slan Mage Priest is not going to survive for long. With 3 whole Grand Cannons, man. And it's too slow to get out of the range. They're still firing? Okay, anyways, 2 Iron Hail Gunners with a Jungle War Drum in the middle, providing that disdain of the Dragon Emperor, giving that immune to psychology to all the Cafe troops, making them much less prone to terror routing. Wait, hold on. Are you not turning on the disdain of Dragon Emperor? I guess. Yeah, it would help with reload skill as well, so you probably want that on. Anyways, the triple Grand Cannon are deleting the Slime Mage Priest. Slime Mage just walk over to behind the trees. Wait, why are the skinks running back? They need to start pressing on. There's no point holding back with the forces like that. You're just letting your opponent to just rain damage and fire and destruction onto your troops. Yeah, I'm watching this fast forward. Okay, at least they're just sending some skink skirmishers to capture the point, I guess, and force the enemy to respawn. But yeah, I don't. That is not exactly how you want to deal with this kind of formation here. But yeah, you should always prepare for this kind of box formation against Grand Cafe. The skink skirmish. Oh, this is gonna be a long one. We're just gonna keep fast forwarding. Slime Mage Priest has is still getting punished. As soon as he leaves his cover, he's just gonna get shot and deleted. Yep, no more spell casting, and then the rest of the skinks try to move up, and but unfortunately, that's not gonna matter. Yeah, it's just really rough with this army build against this classic Cafe box. Especially with a Slime Mage, I honestly would not bring Slime Mage against Grand Cafe simply because how easy they are to get deleted. Krogar on horseback and then get a a Skink Priest of Flock of Doom and just drain the enemy blob with Flock of Doom. That's the best way to punish boxes, I feel like. But yeah, some of the Gohan Spear Riders managed to get to the back line and shut down some of the missiles. The problem is that the balance of power lost from the difference in balance of power from losing the Slime Mage is just too great to ignore. And Zhao Ming is very much healthy. While the Gohan Spear Riders, while trying to go after the enemy missile box, they're just taking a lot of attrition in the middle of a bunch of spears and halberds, and yeah, there's not much for them at this point. Just getting dragged down and not enough juice left for them to deal with Zhao Ming. And yeah, unfortunately, Grand Cafe is a pretty tricky faction to deal with the very cost-efficient box. And it's quite tricky for newer players to deal with this kind of box build, and the Slime Mage Priest got punished heavily because of that. Getting outright deleted by the triple Grand Cannons, and the box didn't really hold well, but that's all it takes. Triple cannons. We haven't seen this one, actually. Let's just quickly check this one out. Grimbat versus Kokinko. Grimbat going with, once again, Forsaken front line, but instead of Hellstriders, going with a triple Teenage Marauder Horseman, one regular Marauder Horseman, 3 spawns, one Hell Cannon. Haven't seen you in a while, my friend. And Azazel leading the army. Kokinko, what? What? Why are you getting Epidemius? What? What? Alright, this is an army of Plague Bearers. A front line of Plague Bearers, a second line of Exalted Plague Bearers, and also a summoned Exalted Plague Bearer. Yep, a summoned Exalted Plague Bearer from Epidemius, plus a Sorcerer of Nurgle of Death. Spirit Leech and Fate of Buna, plus Murder Horseman with throwing axes. Immediately on the other side of the battlefield, Hell Cannon opening fire. I'm gonna fast forward this and get through the marching phase ASAP. The Plague Bearers are getting punished for them being rather slow and densely packed, and Hell Cannons definitely giving them a bit of pain to deal with. On the flank there, throwing axes doing quite a bit of damage against the Murder Horsemen who are trying to shoot at the Plague Bearers. They're also slowed down by the throwing axes because the throwing axes have poison. Oh, okay, that explains why they took so much damage. The Death's Head managed to get a couple volleys onto them, getting some meh damage, not great damage since they're quite cheap. The Exalted, the Exalted Plague Bearers might want to conserve their ammo to deal with the Chaos Spawns instead. But yeah, Spirit Leech on to Azazel, very nice choice. He does not have any healing, so any damage he takes is permanent. He's also taking a lot of throwing axes to the face, which is not great, and he's already down to 2/3 of his HP. Plague Bearers and Exalted Plague Bearers are closing in. They're rather slow, so they're just taking their sweet time. But yeah, most of the Dev's Head have been used up on this one. The others are also committing their Dev's Head into the fight, maybe. They're not getting any good targets, so that's the problem. At least one of them dealt with the Murder Horseman with of Teenage, at least. And the Murder Horsemen of the Warriors of Chaos side are trying to chase down the Throwing Axis Horsemen. And Azazel is also committed to this attempt as well. But yeah, the Plague Bear is just a wall of HP and bodies. 9 whole units of them of 10,000 HP each, I think. That's gonna be a lot of flesh. Yeah, 10,000, 11,000 HP at least each. 13,000 on these. Yeah, that's like a combination of like 100,000 HP for all these marauders to deal with, and this wall of decaying flesh and blisters seems to be wearing down the marauder front line pretty badly. I guess this is the time where the marauder mobility will have to shine and do some cycle charges, and the Hell Cannon doing some good damage so far. Not able to earn back its worth yet, but yeah, Azazel trying to snap out the enemy spellcaster and take out that Spirit Leech. And once the Spirit Leech is out, it's going to be easier to take out Epidemius, because Azazel don't have to worry as much about getting shot to the death. But yeah, Hell Cannon might want to switch over to shoot at the Festering Stooges. That's a good target. Exploit their weakness to fire. Oh wait, no, the weakness to fire is imbued by the Warp Flame attacks. Never mind. But yeah, just exploit their dense formation and work them down. Try to kill off this rather sturdy Regiment of Renowned Infantry. Oh, is it trying to shoot at the Sorcerer of Nurgle now? Ooh, Azazel might want to get over and just snipe him out at this point. Forsaken and the Spawns are holding on just fine. They're doing, like, the Forsaken are armored so they can hold on fine against the non-armor piercing attacks of the Plague Bearers, and the Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle is actually just dodging and weaving on foot against the tracking shots of the Hell Cannon. So the Hell Cannon decided to go after Epidemius instead. Though something needs to be done. Oh, that is a lot of friendly fire. The Hell Cannon probably shouldn't be shot at the Epidemius or any small size single entities. Just keep killing the Plague Bearers. You need to kill off those Plague Bearers, man. You don't have a lot of anti-infantry tools other than the Hell Cannons. And a lot of those shots are now missing as well against a small moving target. And these Plague Bearers are just left to their own devices. Keep grinding, keep duking. More friendly fire? Oh, more friendly fire onto the Murder Horseman. Let's fast forward. But yeah, with the Murder Horseman with throwing axes still relatively healthy, it's still a concerning threat for the Warriors of Chaos here. Okay, one more shot from the Hell Cannon. Please just shoot into this blob of Exalted Plague Bearers, man. You need to kill them, and you can't really kill them in melee. I mean, Forsaken is doing okay, but nothing beats a Hell Cannon shot to the middle of the formation. Yeah. But yeah, I don't think they're gonna do it. And the Deathcaster is still very much healthy. Oh no, it's going after the Horseman. And it missed. The shot did not count. It might be the victory of the Wall of Death. Because Azazel, every time he closes in, he just gets drained down by Spirit Leech. And yeah, he's taking too much damage. Well, there's the Unbreakable Hell Cannon, but that doesn't matter. And victory belongs to Nurgle. Outgrinding everything with the sheer amount of rotten flesh and blood. 5 Plague Bearers, 4 Exalted, and then 1 more Summoned version as well. Yeah, that was quite nasty. Well, Warriors of Chaos, though, unfortunately, if the Hell Cannon can prioritize those Plague Bearers, things would have been a lot more different, I believe. Just using those explosions, especially, we've seen it missing like at least 5 shots. Trying to shoot at Epidemius and the Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle, which could have done a lot of damage over the Exalted Plague Bearers and regular Plague Bearers. Even with all those missing shots, it still got 1,300 gold worth of damage value, so it's not too bad, but imagine what it could have done if it actually shot at targets that matter like the Plague Bearers. But yeah, Azazel tried his best, but getting Spirit Leech is definitely a weakness of him. He does not have any way to mitigate this kind of magic damage, and yeah, he has no healing either. So yeah, very nicely done by the wall of rotten flesh and blisters. Yeah, very nice. Maybe the future meta is just gonna be a wall of Plague Bears in the future. All right, one final game between the Khorne and Bretonnia. Scarborough and Exiled going with 3 Khorne Gores, 3 Marauders with throwing axes, 1 Marauder, 3 Great Weapon Minos, and 1 Hellforge Bellowers, and Skulltaker leading the army. On the other side, we have Somir here with a Britonia, with King Luan the Incur, supported by a Life Damsel, 3 pole arms, men-at-arms, 2 peasant bows, 3 horse mounted yeoman archers. Oh, they're gonna kite Khorne. The biggest weakness of Khorne right now. At least it is not fully mobility. There's still some infantry portions that the Marauders and Corngors can fight. But yeah, let's see what happens here. Wardens of Montfort. Montfort and Companions of Canal, the Regiment of Renowned Cresting Knights with anti-large armor piercing and flame resistance. Grail Knights, 2 of them in fact. And Hellforge Bellowers are already opening up on the poison-causing Wardens of Montfort. Oh, the Minos are rushing forth. They might not want to do that, because, I mean, they have 70 armor, but you still don't really want to let them just get whittled down by archer fire. But Hellforge Bellower is definitely a really nice skirmishing tool, countering enemy skirmishers, and putting a dent in these mounted yeoman archers' HP. Though the infantry formation of the Bretonians are now raining arrows, the poison arrows, onto the Corngors, with a charge from the Grail Knights as well, but they're quickly bailing before the Minos can catch them entirely in melee. So, nope, they're still getting caught a bit there, taking some losses for sure, getting a few hits here or there, while the rest of the army continues to just kite. But yeah, Companions of Canal charging into the Minos, but the Minos counter-charging and absolutely deleting these Companions in the melee fight. Oh, that is quite nasty. King Luan does dive in though and try to commit to this fight, but the Companions are bailing. This is a bit unfortunate. They probably might want to stay there and just keep working down the Minos, but never mind. The Hellforge Bellowers is now shooting them up, so they might want to just get out of there instead of keep getting dragged down in melee. A regrowth is being spent onto the Companions instead of the Grail Knights, so the Grail Knights, after taking a lot of damage from the countercharge of the Minos, are not getting that HP back, and instead the regrowth went onto the Companions. Oh no, the Grail Knights are taking more and more losses. But yeah, the Pullman-at-Arms are holding and just keeping the Corngors at bay, while the rest of the mobility continues to kite back the Khorne army with the Bretonians. But yeah, the Grail Knights taking more and more damage. If they rout, they will just lose the ward save, and that might be a big issue for them later in the later game. Like, if there's another regrowth, great, they will be back up to fighting strength. But yeah, they lost a lot of models, and now at a quarter of their HP, they're not in a great shape at all. So the rest of the mounted yeoman continues to kite back, just trying to whittle down the enemy forces wherever they can, while the men-at-arms arms are holding the ground with peasant bowman fire support. We're gonna skip a bit here, as the Damsel of Life is on foot and is trying to run for her life with Skulltaker chasing after her. Skulltaker didn't get so many kills too far, so yeah, no immune to flanking yet. But things might be different later though. Companions of Canal sallying forth, trying to screen off the the Marauder Horsemen and save the mounted yeoman archers, but at the same time they're going to be exposed to enemy throwing axes and a countercharge from the Minos. They're probably done for. The regrowth is probably not gonna. Earlier probably didn't make much money back now that they're attacked by anti-large armor piercing, and Corngor is piling in as well, so a lot of HP. Oh, that regrowth on the Companions might have been a mistake. Probably, yeah. Companions of Canal used to be one of the best cavalry in the entire game, even better than Grail Knights. In Game 2, that was back in Warhammer 2, but nowadays they are just overpriced, not cost efficient, and rather glass cannony as well, having no ward save themselves. Yeah, the cutting is still going on strong though. As the Bretonians infantry is holding on just fine, and King Luan is still very much healthy with a Grail Knight intact. The other Grail Knight, unfortunately, I think has been dealt with. Yeah, over here. They got caught once again by the Minos and have been seen off. But overall, the kiting continues. The peasant bows and peasant mounted yeoman archers are just slowly but surely whittling down the Khorne forces. I would like to see them aiming more at the Minos, but yeah, looks like the Marauders are also the receiving on the receiving end of the archers' attention. And this one, rather whittled down Minos earlier from fighting Companions of Canal, was picked out by the Grail Knights and dealt with. And now the Marauder Horsemen, who is also
slightly caught by the King Luan with the poison debuffing them from the Mounted Yeoman Archers. Are also caught by the Grail Knights and will be seen off maybe. Maybe the Mounted Yeoman Archers can chase them down. But yeah, anyways, Companions are now returning to reinforce the main formation. Let's see. Okay, let's fast forward a bit here. And Archers are raining down fire. But yeah, Khorngors managed to chase down the men-at-arms polearms, and the Archer lines have been compromised as they're too slow to escape from the Hellforged Bellowers as well as the Minos there. So no more Archer fire. Oh, one Archer fire, one of them, the other one being dealt with. And Murder Horsemen though being chased down and pressured down by them. One is a 1/4 who does have poison to debuff their speed and then chase in, catch up with the melee attacks, finishing off Khorne's skirmishing firepower. Skulltaker though, barely activating that immune to flanking with the Cloak of Skulls. That immune to flanking might be quite useful here with his back against King Luan, occasionally with that weird finicky animation. And now Minos are piling onto King Luan, forcing him to either pull back or take a ton of damage, so he decided to pull back. Man-at-arms polearms still holding the ground with the Grail Knights roaming the battlefield, rear charging and deleting things wherever they go if they can catch something out of position. But yeah, one Mino, Hellforged Bellowers, which is out of ammo, and Skulltaker are basically the last big bastion of strength of Khorne. These Marauders don't really matter much. I guess these Khorngors will come in quite clutch though to just shut down the enemy archers. But yeah, Skulltaker and the Hellforged Bellowers, these two Khorne bikes can self-heal. So if they can get into a melee against some peasants, they might get some HP back and just stay a little bit longer in the fight as well. Or against the the Mounted Yeoman Archers. But yeah, they are diving into the back line, shutting down the archers from whittling down the Minos, and also getting some self-heal while in combat. King Luan tried to take out Skulltaker, but he is not too easy to take down now that he has the Cloak of Skulls. And I think the caster is gone. Oh no, there's no heal for the Grail Cavalry. So all this it has for all Bretonnia has is King Luan's passive heal. And the Grail Knights are taking a ton of damage. They managed to charge into Skulltaker and doing good damage, but they also got charged by the Minos, who have Horn of Khorne boosting their damage output, absolutely smashing whatever in front of them with that 56 melee attack. And Grail Knights only have 36 melee defense, and that is not even close to enough, especially with the anti-large boosting those Minos. And yeah, the Grail Knights are being dealt with. King Luan go for one Hail Mary attempt, diving onto those Minos, but he did not bring his beloved son of Bretonnia. So no map-wide buffs, no map-wide immune to psychology to his peasants, and they have been broken off, terrified, perhaps by the Blood Shrine. Anyways, they have been broken off by the Blood Shrine, and now it is down to the small pockets of troops here. The meager handful of troops on both sides. Some beleaguered companions can now, despite all the damage they have taken early game, they have managed to hang on till now. But can they carry the game? They are managing to surround the Minos. The Blood Bikes are fighting back to back, getting that passive heal among the enemy surround here. Though the companions do have that fire resistance, mitigating some of the incoming damage from the two Blood Bikes. King Luan diving in. He is very much needed in this fight here, but missing the charge attack. Maybe he can get a couple hits on Skulltaker, but the Skulltaker immune to flanking is just coming in so handy. Mitigating any surrounding attacks or even the rear charge from King Luan. King Luan did manage to get a couple more hits in because he does have the superior melee stats. And Skulltaker is getting low. Man-at-arms, polearms are very beleaguered, but still trying to drag this fight out. But yeah, we're gonna fast forward here as Skulltaker managed to take another hit, but managed to get a hit onto King Luan with the Hellforged Bellower slapping King Luan from the side. And oh no, the Man-at-Arms polearms are here, but it's too little too late. King Luan has been pushed back, has been driven back. Balance of power is in favor of Khorne here. No, Skulltaker went down, but a super clutch shot from the Hellforged Bellowers, taking out King Luan from the skies, denying him from getting any more heal. Not that he's gonna get any more heal from the route anyways, but yeah, denying King Luan from coming back, and just in time, that Lord Death debuff over the entire army of Bretonnia, which is this handful of troops in front of us, got hit with the -10 leadership, and that is going to be army losses. What a close fight between the two players. Holy shit. The Hellforged Bellower, such a clutch shot in the end, sniping out King Luan in the skies. If King Luan was able to come back, maybe the Grail Knights who just returned might be able to put in a few more hits and take out the Hellforged Bellower as well, as they did take out Skull Taker. But alas, the grind, the tankiness of these two blood bikes self-healing in the middle of blood fights and whatnot, and the Minos getting some solid damage done over the course of battles, hacking down Companions of Canal, the Grail Knights as well. One of them unfortunately did not hang on till the end, and in the end, outgrinding King Luan, managing to break him off and just take him out with that 360 no-scope with the Hellforged Bellowers. That was such a close battle. That was such a clutch RNG play, really. And yeah, that is going to be GG here. Very well played from both players, and congratulations to Scabran for this win in the tournament. And yeah, I hope you all had a nice week. I need to head off now. Thank you for watching, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed the stream, whether you played in it in the 20 or just watching the multiplayer action. But yeah, that is going to be all for today. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Tactical Itch, signing out.